We are in a battle for the soul of this nation.
Everything we care about, our economy, our health, our children, it's all on the line.
If Donald Trump is reelected, I believe he will forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation.
America is crying out for leadership.
There's nothing we are unable to do. Nothing we've ever tried have we failed at.
We have to unify this country. We always do better when we act as one America.
Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, and Nancy Pelosi are all speaking tonight, but they are just the warm-up acts. Welcome to a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. This is the biggest night yet in the political life of Kamala Harris. Harris will take center stage from Wilmington, Delaware, and make her case to the nation for the Democratic ticket. She's already made history as the first black woman and the first Asian American to appear on a major party ticket. And the big question tonight, can she win over voters? Well, with me to discuss the stakes, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix, and national political reporter James Hohmann. Welcome to you all. Rhonda, let's talk about the big goals for tonight. What should we be watching for?
Well, the big goal is introducing Kamala Harris to the nation. Many people may follow her on the Hill and the hearings that she's had a lot of moments in her debates. Some people may be familiar with her from her own presidential campaign, but this night you are going to hear her speak at length about her experiences, what she's going to bring to this ticket, and a lot of Americans probably will be hearing her for the first time in this type of fashion. So tonight is really Kamala Harris's night, but there are so many A-listers on the list of programming this evening. You have also former President Barack Obama, you have Nancy Pelosi, you have Elizabeth Warren. I think we're going to have a lot to talk about in our post show. And tonight also is going to be about bringing out some of the experiences that Joe Biden has had with core Democratic issues. There's a section that they're going to discuss climate change. There's a section where they're going to discuss gun reform and how he's been active in that. So that's sort of a composite of what we're probably going to see tonight.
Amber Phillips, Barack Obama is speaking tonight, and we are hearing that this is going to be an electrifying speech and that he is directly going to attack President Trump. First of all, how unusual is it to see a former president go after a sitting president?
In campaigns, it can happen, but Barack Obama has made a concerted effort to stay away from pointedly attacking Trump. We hear him come out every once in a while. And he veils his criticisms in what he does best and what he'll do tonight, which is use soaring rhetoric that really gets the Democratic Party excited. But you're right, Libby, according to excerpts, we will hear Barack Obama echo a speech much like his wife did on Monday, which is to basically say Donald Trump is bad for democracy. He'll also be doing this, CNN reported, and we've confirmed, at a museum in Philadelphia designed to show the long, winding, violent up and down path in America toward democracy and where we are today, which is supposed to be symbolic in his belief that this election has democracy at stake. So he's going to get just as pointed as Michelle Obama. And I would argue that Michelle Obama's speech up until now is the one that has really resonated up until tonight. So it's something that just breaks through everything else when the Obamas go after Trump.
Yeah. James Hohmann, you are in Wilmington, Delaware. Such a quiet and different experience than we expected, you being in Milwaukee covering this convention. We're halfway through the DNC events. Give us a read on where we're at, what they've achieved so far, and what they have yet to do.
I think that they still have work to do to introduce Harris tonight, who, as Rhonda notes, a lot of Americans don't have strong opinions about. And comes in generally perceived as about right on the issues. We're broken down along partisan lines. And then tomorrow night to hear Joe Biden actually kind of make the case for himself. We've heard a lot of the case against Trump. Last night, we heard from national security heavyweights on that theme. Tonight, we're going to hear from basically the Democratic establishment for what it is, which would include Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi. And so I think Democrats need to project that they're unified, that kind of make the actual indictment, the political indictment against Trump, and then make the case for Biden. And you're right, we're halfway done. They only have 8 hours of programming as opposed to what would normally be 16 hours of primetime programming. And some of that they can make up for with not having long applause lines, and but they have to be quick. And I think that they've been fairly successful. The ratings are better than a lot of the convention planners had hoped, and so now they feel good that they're going to have the star power of Obama and the kind of the interest level of Kamala Harris and the curiosity about what she'll say to draw a big audience to make their case.
Well, let's go now to Hannah Jewell, who's also in Wilmington, Delaware. Hannah, what's the scene like there?
So there's actually people here tonight, Libby, which is so exciting, outside of the Chase Center in Wilmington. I spoke to one couple, Nancy and Frank, like the Sinatras, they told me, who are an older couple, and I asked why do they came. Are they hardcore Senator Harris supporters hoping to get a glimpse? They do like Harris, but they basically told me that they're just extremely bored at home and there's nothing else to do, so they've decided to come and join us in this parking lot. They're also setting up a lot of security around me and a little stage, and I actually just moments ago heard a couple of fireworks, so this might be an indication of tomorrow night's spectacle to come when Joe Biden speaks here.
Stuck with you from last night's programming. What's still in your mind?
So my favorite thing from last night has to be the roll call of states, where every U.S. state and territory got the chance to showcase itself in the official nominating process. And this had the potential to be such a corny exercise, and it kind of was, but in a wonderful way. It really lit up the internet. It was such a strange and joyful thing to, as some people were saying, to travel the country, perhaps, for the first time in some time, and to see people and to see regular people, not just senators talking, and showcase all of America. And it also had these moments that were actually quite poignant and moving. For example, there were 3 sets of parents who have lost children who spoke about their personal relationships with Joe Biden. Let's take a look.
When my daughter was murdered in Parkland, Joe Biden called to share in our family's grief. I quickly learned about his decency and his civility.
Over time, my wife, Ghazala, and I have come to know his soul. He's a decent, compassionate man. He will bring this nation together.
Joe understands more than most our grief over Matt's death. But we see in Joe so much of what made Matt's life special: his commitment to equality, his passion for social justice, and his boundless compassion for others.
So those were the parents of a student killed in Parkland, Florida, an Iraq war soldier, and also the parents of a young gay man who was killed in a hate crime. And they all discussed their personal relationships with Joe Biden, driving home this theme that we saw a lot of last night about Joe Biden as a comforter in chief, a consoler, at a time when frankly, there are hundreds of thousands of newly grieving families in America during this pandemic. So those were sort of very touching moments, but at the same time, in the roll call, there were also moments of strange joy and giddiness. My favorite state who provided that has to be Rhode Island. Let's take a look at that.
Rhode Island, the ocean state, where our restaurant and fishing industry have been decimated by this pandemic, are lucky to have a governor, Gina Raimondo, whose program lets our fishermen sell their catches directly to the public, and our state appetizer, calamari, is available in all 50 states. The calamari comeback state of Rhode Island casts 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 34 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
So what more could you want? Are you not entertained watching these men on a beach in Rhode Island pitch their state delicacy to you? There's actually a deeper story to this calamari thing. The state party chairman who you saw there pitching his state so well actually pushed through a law designating calamari the official state appetizer of Rhode Island, and it was kind of contentious because some people thought it should be clams or something. I don't know. Rhode Islanders can weigh in on that for sure. And actually, the chef who was holding the calamari is actually an undecided voter. He was there for, I guess, the advertising opportunity, and maybe he'll be swayed by his newfound stardom for that reason. So if they just do that every night, I'll be happy, Libby. But back to you for now.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell. Let's talk more about how this is going, this virtual virtual convention with James Hohmann. James, give us the marks on how Democrats are using this opportunity to sort of reinvent what a modern convention looks like. Where are they finding success, and where are some of the misses? How do they need to make some pivots?
Libby, I thought that they did better last night than Monday night in terms of integrating crowd reaction shots. During a briefing earlier today, here they were saying, that they felt that they had made some adjustments to make it feel less like a national Zoom meeting and more like a convention. Sometimes it feels kind of like an infomercial. With the way that they have the moderator, they kind of are okay with that. The thing that's historically unusual is like physically seeing Biden every night. And that's changed a little bit over time. Donald Trump made a surprise appearance when his wife spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago. But historically, the nominee doesn't show up until the end of the final night, and then there's rapturous applause. So they've sort of thrown that playbook out, and I think it's working. It kind of made you feel like you had some, Biden was involved in what you're watching on television. He and his wife sitting in the library at the school where she used to teach and where she delivered her speech with their grandkids. And, Biden kind of saying a couple remarks here and there. That's never really happened before. And I think that they feel like it's making it homey, and it's also introducing him on their terms as kind of a grandfather, but ultimately at base, a good, decent man, which is what they want people to take away from the convention.
James, we heard from Dr. Jill Biden last night in her address, and we saw Joe Biden come out at the end of that. So one of those instances of where you're talking about where he is appearing, we're not just seeing sort of it's not the wait and the anticipation of seeing the candidate. But I'd love to hear you talk about Jill Biden's role in her speech last night and what the goal is to allow Jill Biden to show both who her husband is, but also show voters who she is.
Yeah, it's, as she put it, America needs a t-shirt. And then as Joe Biden said at the end when he came on, if you want to know, what kind of first lady she would be, just look at, her speech and look at the way that, she wants to continue to teach. If she's elected, this is the first year that she has not been teaching at a community college or at a school since her daughter Ashley was born in 1980. And she wants to get back into the classroom. I think that it's partly meant to be reassuring because polls show that there actually is quite a division about whether to send kids back to school. And so amid the coronavirus, what you saw Jill Biden say in her speech was, if you elect my husband, he's going to help the country heal like he helped our family heal after losing his first wife and daughter. And he's going to make sure that kids are back in classrooms when it's safe to do so. So I think that was sort of intended as, Biden isn't just trying to control people's lives from some basement in Delaware, but he has a skin in the game. And I think that that was the way they intended that speech to come across.
James, Joe Biden's biography of loss is a theme that struck a chord with voters during the primary. We certainly saw Jill Biden address those last night, those parts of their shared family history. As you talked about, Joe Biden losing his first wife and baby daughter in a car crash that also injured his sons, and still going on to serve in the Senate, coming home on Amtrak to be with his boys every night, and then losing Beau Biden later in life. It's something that we all remember from recent memory. I want to play an excerpt from her speech last night where she talked about this need for empathy, and she drew a parallel between what they've been through and what the country's going through.
How do you make a broken family whole? The same way you make a nation whole, with love and understanding, and with small acts of kindness, with bravery, with unwavering faith.
So, James, empathy and yet strength, right? The Democrats don't just want to show that Joe Biden has empathy. They also tried to show last night that he is someone with national security chops. Do you think we'll hear more about that from former President Obama tonight?
Yeah, the Obama folks shared some excerpts with us, and Obama is going to talk about how Biden was with him when they made the most consequential decisions that, Biden was the last person in the room when he had to make tough calls. But he's also kind of, to support your point about just kind of a fundamental decency. I think Democrats think that in the Trump era, with all the chaos and all the vitriol, that there's a desire to kind of lower the temperature a little bit, which is why we're not seeing as much partisan red meat as you might see at a normal convention. But what we're going to hear from former president tonight is that Biden was like a brother. That's going to be the term that he uses. He's going to say, when I picked him as my running mate 12 years ago, I didn't know that he was going to become like a brother to me. He'll acknowledge they're of different generations and different races and et cetera. But it's going to be about, he's also going to, you're right, he'll say, Biden has ramrod strength and he's tough and he'll stand up to foreign leaders and won't, pal around with autocrats. But he's also going to kind of emphasize the human side and emphasize how he kept coming to work and kept doing his job after losing his son to brain cancer in 2015.
Well, one of the conversations about strength and empathy also reflected on Jill Biden. Joe Biden talking about his wife as someone being strong. Let's check in with Amber Phillips about the role of women this week. Amber, the docket tonight is just full of strong women leaders in the Democratic Party. We also saw a lot of women represented yesterday. What are the Democrats trying to achieve in who they're having speak?
Well, it's pretty clear that women are going to decide the 2020 election. There was actually a delegate from Tennessee last night during that roll call vote, a college student who said that, and she's right. I mean, in 2016, President Trump won white women, according to network exit polls. Right now, according to our polls, especially a post ABC News poll out this week, Joe Biden is leading all women by double-digit points. I can't remember the number exactly. And Democrats want to keep that up. You hear the president specifically talk about suburban housewives. What he's referring to there is strategists on both sides thinking that women who live in the suburbs, the outer suburbs, the exurbs of America are going to decide this election. It's what helped give Democrats the House in 2018. Democratic strategists will say it's increasingly more diverse than ever. And that is giving Democrats strength going into 2020, because it's not just your typical white soccer mom that you might think of and that Trump sometimes refers to in his tweets as. So what you see in the convention is women, but specifically women of color, having big speaking roles. A lot of the women tonight will be white. That's just where the leaders of the Democratic Party are on this. And our colleague Dan Balls had a great story today where he looked at how Democrats are really trying to live up to their talk of diversity and trying to walk the walk, but that comes with growing pains. I mean, we talked to Libby on Monday night about Hispanics specifically feeling like they're not as represented tonight or in this week at all. And so, Democrats are trying to project diversity as a clear contrast to Trump. Women are a key part of that. Women of color, of course, represented by Kamala Harris at the top, are a huge part of that. But there's growing pains as well within all of that.
Well, Joe Biden pledged back in March that he would pick a woman running mate. Now, Rhonda Colvin, you recently spoke with Congressman James Clyburn, who offered advice to Biden on who to pick. So what did Congressman Clyburn tell you?
That's right. I mean, we've talked about how Congressman Clyburn was very instrumental in sort of resuscitating the Biden campaign after he endorsed Biden before the South Carolina primary. But he was also behind the scenes talking to Biden about the need for Biden to pick a female and a woman of color as his vice presidential pick. And he said, especially after the George Floyd protests, he told Biden, it's a must now. You must pick a black woman. So here's what Whip Clyburn told me about his thoughts on Kamala Harris.
I've watched Kamala. I've talked to her one-on-one, in private, in public. I have seen the kind of execution that Joe Biden needs. And I did say this publicly. He needs to pick someone who can complement him. And I was asked, how is that? I said, well, Joe Biden is a very compassionate person. He needs someone who is a very passionate person. And that will be a compliment. And so that's what I said. I said that publicly more than once. And nobody out there is more passionate than Kamala Harris. She's demonstrated that as a member of the Judiciary Committee. And I think she's demonstrated in the campaign. Now, a lot of people got upset when she went after Joe in that debate, the very first debate. I didn't. Pence can say what he wants. He ain't looking forward to having to debate her. All you got to do is ask Kavanaugh, ask Barr, and ask Joe Biden.
And right there at the end, he's referring to Vice President Pence and anticipation to see both Kamala Harris and Pence debate this fall. So those are Whip Clyburn's thoughts on Kamala Harris. But I also spoke to Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Minnesota, who was also under consideration for the vice president role, but she stepped aside in June after the George Floyd protests, saying that she thought it needed to be a woman of color. I also asked her thoughts on Kamala Harris. Here's what she had to say.
She has the experience to do the job. Everything from running the second biggest Justice Department in the country. The only bigger one is the Justice Department itself, supervising thousands of people. She also in the Senate serves on the Intelligence Committee, and Joe Biden is going to have to be so focused immediately on the work at home, especially those first 100 days and getting us out of this crisis and looking at the day after tomorrow, that Kamala will be a great partner when it comes to foreign affairs. And then finally, she's a great person. I got to know her. A lot of times when people run against each other, they get to be less friendly. That's a Minnesota euphemism. Okay, they start to not like each other. That wasn't the case with the two of us. We actually grew closer and became good friends to the point the night before Thanksgiving, our families hung out together. Or, you know, I would talk to her in the debates. We would have these 3-minute breaks and we would run. Of course, we had like run the bathroom, run back. And of course, we never did any debate analysis of what the guys had said. But I got to know her pretty well. And so I'll vouch for her. I think she's a good person. I think she's just going to be a great partner for Joe Biden in the White House.
So, you know, hearing from the two of them, it appears that there's a lot of support for Kamala Harris within the Democratic base. And we also know from our own reporting and polling over the weekend that a lot of Americans are also supportive of the choice of Senator Harris. I believe it's 54% of those polled said that they believe Biden made the right choice in her. So after tonight, we'll see if that trend continues.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Well, since the news of Kamala Harris's vice presidential nomination, her college sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha, has been getting a lot of attention. Joyce Koh is live outside the White House with more on the excitement among her sorority sisters. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, Libby. There are more than 1,000 Alpha Kappa Alpha chapters across the U.S. and even abroad. Now, Howard University, where Kamala Harris went to school, is the founding place for the sorority. Back in 1908 is when it was founded. This is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, so they're not allowed to come out and endorse a candidate. But last week, after the news was announced, they did congratulate Kamala Harris on the nomination. Now, the AKA's mission is service to all mankind, and much like other historically Black Greek letter organizations, both sororities and fraternities, their goals are really deeply rooted in community service and social justice. Take a listen to her two line sisters that we spoke to earlier and what they had to say about the nomination.
Service is very important to the members of the sorority. And so even to be attracted to the sorority, you know that that's what it's about.
One thing about the organization is it's lifelong. So no matter where we are, once we call each other, we come to rescue each other or to support each other. And I think with her running for vice president, you're going to see us all supporting and coming out to do what we can do.
What you see in terms of that very focused person, the very dedicated person, the very convicted, you know, stands up for her convictions, while also just being a human being, that's actually real.
Now, Howard University went on to become the founding place for the National Panhellenic Council, and that incorporates all of the historically Black Greek letter fraternities and sororities, better known as the Divine Nine. This is a lifetime commitment. So it really, there's a lot of excitement, not just for Kamala Harris and her political career, but also for these communities that she represents that really has not been represented nationally on a political level, quite at this level as it has today. Now, historically, these organizations have been known to mobilize voting efforts, so it'll be really interesting to see what they do and what efforts they make ahead of November's election. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Koh. Let's go back to Amber Phillips and talk a little bit more about Kamala Harris and just how momentous this pick is. You know, Amber, it was so funny. Some of the pundits were saying this was a safe pick for Joe Biden after he announced her as his choice for running mate. But that's almost looking at it in too granular of a way. When you step back and look at how groundbreaking it is to have a woman of color on the ticket, an African-American woman, an Indian-American woman, the very first of both of those achievements. You know, I'd love to hear from you about what you'll be watching for tonight and how her biography is talked about and also how she represents modern America.
Yeah, I think that's Libby, you said it. You said what I was going to say, which is that does she have to talk about her biography as much? I don't think so. And you didn't hear her talk about it in the campaign. She was interviewed by the Washington Post last year when she was about to run or started running. And we asked her, it wasn't me, it was another reporter, said, listen, Barack Obama talked openly about being biracial and his struggles with identity. How do you feel about that? Do you think about that? And she goes, no. It isn't an issue for her. She was raised, told by her mom, you know, we're Black. I know I'm Indian. You can be part of that community too. Your dad's Jamaican, but like the world will see you as a Black woman. And Kamala embraced that, going to a historically Black university, as Joyce just talked about, joining an historically Black sorority. She is just someone who doesn't seem to think too much about her identity. Now, as you said, we're talking about it right now because it is news, it's historic. And how does she address that, right? Like what I'm looking for tonight is how does she come across to Americans and say, I'm just like you. I'm mixed race, I'm biracial, I'm a woman of color, I'm a minority in some way or form. The country is changing. I look like the country. That being said, I know that this is different and new to some of you. I know that this is historic for the entire nation. And here's how you can kind of fit me into your worldview. Like here's what it means to be an Indian American and Jamaican, or daughter of Jamaican immigrants, trying to be vice president and potentially going to the White House. Like she needs to talk about it, but not make a big deal of it. And I think help Americans just put a check mark in it, that they understand who Kamala Harris is, why she describes herself as Black, and how much she's going to identify with those communities if she becomes vice president.
And Amber, we'll also see her husband tonight, and we'll hear a little bit about their story, their personal story, and also her role as a mom. And once again, sort of reflecting modern America of a woman who's been juggling a career with a lot of serious political ambitions, as well as helping with the family, being part of a family unit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, she's one of the younger people to be a vice presidential nominee. Sarah Palin, of course, in 2008 was a mom as well and talked about that. This is, you know, women in politics. We'll talk about this research they've done being a family woman and how you balance that among voters who want to see that you're focused on them. But like you said, Libby, that they, just like the average person, is balancing their family and their marriage and their career. Kamala Harris hasn't talked too much about that. Her husband tends to be behind the scenes, same with her family. I wonder if it's something she's going to bring more to the forefront, especially with Joe Biden being so much older and the generational gap there. Kamala Harris has a real chance to talk to the average American woman and American father who, especially right now, feel the heavy burdens of family, trying to teach and be at home and work and run the household.
Amber Phillips, thank you so much. Well, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and of course, Kamala Harris are all up ahead. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. We'll be right back.
As this moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to to help keep your business connected.
I'm Lillian Cunningham, the creator and the host of the Presidential Podcast. In 1984, Geraldine Ferraro made history when she walked across the stage of the Democratic National Convention and became the very first woman in American politics to be nominated by a major party for the vice presidency. She was chosen by Walter Mondale, who shared something in common with Joe Biden. He was also a former vice president who then went on to get the Democratic nomination for president himself. Geraldine Ferraro wore a white pantsuit at the convention, which was a nod to the suffragists who had worn all white to protest for women's right to vote in the early 1900s. And when she gave her speech, she opened with the line,
"America is the land where dreams can come true for all of us."
It was a historic speech and a historic moment, yet it's probably also worth remembering that progress like that is not linear and it is not fast in this country. It took 50 presidential elections before she stood up there on that stage, before anyone other than a white man stood up there on that stage. And then even after '84, we've only seen 2 other women receive the vice presidential nomination. One was Sarah Palin in '08, and then we're seeing it again today in 2020.
This is live coverage of Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. The convention gets underway at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Tonight's theme, a more perfect union. Joining me this evening, Aaron Blake, reporter for The Fix, also Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and national political reporter James Hohmann. Hello to you all. Aaron, since you are jumping into our panel right now, let's go to you. What is the job tonight of Democrats and the job specifically of Kamala Harris as she takes the stage?
Yeah, I mean, it's simple to say that that's the biggest moment of the night, but really it is. Of course, Kamala Harris is somebody who will be somewhat familiar to people who tuned in to the Democratic presidential primary, at least early on. Of course, she dropped out before the primaries actually began, so maybe some people aren't terribly familiar with her. Look, I think she was a consensus choice for this VP pick. She was the most logical choice. She was the one who was the odds-on favorite really from the beginning, but she did run a primary campaign that didn't really catch on. It did well after that one debate moment in which she actually went after the man whose ticket she's now on. But after that, it kind of fizzled. She didn't really catch on with voters. This is her chance, of course, to reacquaint herself, to acquaint herself for the first time with people, to play to some of her strengths, which I think are more the relatability side of things, the personal nature, her profile, but also try to redefine herself in a way that she, in many ways, failed to during the primaries. The big criticism of her campaign was that it really wasn't about anything, or at least whatever it was about, it wasn't consistent and it wasn't terribly clear. So I would expect that all eyes are on that speech tonight, and the rest of it is significantly less important as far as what the ticket means going forward.
Well, a role of the vice presidential nominee is often to prosecute the case, and of course Kamala Harris has that role in her background, her career background. Rhonda Colvin, you've covered hearings where Kamala Harris has, asked questions of members of the Trump administration that really threw them off their game, that made them sort of stop and not have a coherent answer, to the point where those clips went viral. So talk to me about watching her on Capitol Hill and what she brings to the table tonight.
That's right. She raised a lot of eyebrows as soon as she came to the Senate. There was notably the one exchange she had with Jeff Sessions when he was in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and she asked him questions about Russian interference. And this is before we had a lot of information about Russian interference in the election. And he told her, I believe the line was, "You're making me nervous. I can't answer these questions so fast. You're making me nervous, and I want to give you the right answer." So there was that moment. There were also moments where she questioned AG Barr and of course Joe Biden himself. So her debate style is pretty well known for those who have been watching her on the Hill and also during the debates, the presidential debates. And I think that that's something that Democrats have agreed is a strong suit of hers, is her debate style.
James Hohmann, what is the role of the vice president, typically the vice presidential nominee at these moments, at these conventions? You've covered so many of them. So what do we often hear in terms of their messaging, not just of their own biography and supporting the candidate at the top of the ticket, but also going after the opposition?
Yeah, Libby, this is usually the speech where they really lay it on hard. And a lot of times throughout history, vice presidents have been selected not just for geographical balance or to offset some weakness of the nominee, but for their strength as a prosecutor, making the case. Now, things have changed in the Trump era, and some of it's because, Trump has disrupted the political process himself. He's someone who, Mike Pence it could never be as much of an attack dog as Donald Trump. And I think that that's pervaded throughout our politics. And so, that's why Biden's willing to frontally attack the incumbent president in a way you might not have seen in the past. And I think what our colleagues have said is right, but it's important to put a finer point on it, which is it is a historic night. We heard from Lillian about Geraldine Ferraro, and this is this glass ceiling that still hasn't been broken. 4 years ago, obviously, the Hillary Clinton accepting the nomination just a few miles up the road in Philadelphia seemed, very historic. There was a widespread expectation she would win in the fall. In many ways, Biden is better positioned to defeat Trump now than Clinton was in 2016. And so this is kind of this history-making moment. And so she's certainly going to prosecute the case against Trump. She's going to call it an inflection point, which was a line she used a lot during her campaign. She's going to hit him pretty hard. But she's also going to be kind of selling herself as someone who's plausibly vice president because, shockingly, or whatever the right word is, we've never had a woman vice president, and she, I think, will be very reassuring to voters in showing that she's capable of taking that job on.
James, you mentioned Hillary Clinton. What are you going to be listening for from her tonight? We did hear from Bill Clinton last night. There's been some questioning of if the Democrats really needed 2 nights of Clintons, but they've had very different roles in the Democratic Party and in American history.
Yeah. So what Hillary Clinton is going to say tonight is, that it pains her that people will still come up to her 4 years later and say, if I had known Trump was going to win, I would have voted in 2016. And she is going to say that just kills her, and she will say that can't happen again in 2020. And kind of what her aides tell us is sort of her money quote tonight is going to be, this can't be another woulda, coulda, shoulda election. You need to get out there. And she does. I mean, she frankly speaks to a totally different constituency than Bill Clinton, who only got 5 minutes relatively early in the night last night. She is getting kind of a more prime spot. Hillary Clinton galvanizes Republicans. Trump is still seeming to litigate the 2016 campaign against her, but she does have a core of support inside the Democratic Party that's strong. Those people are going to vote for Joe Biden. But she has the ability to kind of speak directly to them, and that's what she's going to try to do.
Well, let's go back now to Hannah Jewell in Wilmington. Hannah, what is the importance tonight for women in politics?
So although we have these 2 male candidates at the top of the ticket, it's obviously a historic night, as everyone has been saying, for Senator Harris and for American women in politics more generally. This was a year where we had so many viable, competitive women running for president at the same time. And as an effect of this was that we can begin to think of women candidates just as candidates, perhaps. An expert in all of this is Dr. Kelly Dittmar of the Rutgers University Center for American Women in Politics. And I asked her what would be the legacy for women of the 2020 campaign. Let's take a look.
I think the other thing is thinking about how Kamala Harris as a vice presidential nominee will certainly both symbolically and substantively push us that much further to a woman being able to run successfully for the presidency. If the Biden-Harris ticket is successful, then you have a woman in the White House in the number 2 job, so that when we get to the next election, whether it's her or somebody else, these questions around electability or is she going to be qualified, can she handle the job, they are harder, they'll still be raised, they're harder to raise because you've seen a woman in that role. And that's especially true because I do have faith that if they do get into the White House, that Joe Biden, as a former vice president, will give her, a substantive agenda and ability to really exercise and demonstrate her ability to do that job.
Of course, all of this is hypothetical. It's a big if this ticket can win and begin to break at that glass ceiling. I don't know if you can hear right now, but the Amtrak is going by, which I can only assume is Joe Biden. It's not. But we did just see Kamala Harris arrive in a motorcade, and the 3 people who I mentioned earlier tonight who had come just to see her out of COVID boredom were very excited and they cheered. And so she's just going inside the Chase Center ahead of her speech later tonight. So I will be checking back in with those folks and see if they got what they came for. But back to you for now, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah. James Hohmann, let's talk about location. You're also in Wilmington, although not standing outside like Hannah. But let's talk about the significance of seeing Kamala Harris give her speech here tonight, and also where former President Barack Obama will be speaking from.
Yeah, so it is funny to be here. I'm right across the street from where Hannah is, and the Chase Center where she's speaking tonight, and Joe Biden speaking tomorrow, was actually a shipbuilding facility during World War II, and it's right on the waterfront. It's kind of this pretty little revitalized area. Now, Philadelphia is not that far. That's where the Democratic Convention was 4 years ago, and that's where Obama will be tonight. He is delivering his speech from the American Revolutionary War Museum, which just opened in the last 18 months in Philadelphia. And it's a backdrop. Obama is going to make the case tonight in a very direct way that democracy itself is on the line. One of the things you always hear, I talk to a lot of people who talk to Obama a lot, and they say one of Obama's go-to catchphrases is America can survive 1 term of Donald Trump, but not 2. And every election, you always hear both parties say, this is the most important election in our lifetime. You heard President Trump say that yesterday. Trump said this is a more important election than 2016. And it always is kind of eye-rolling rhetoric. But it is quite remarkable for, the president's predecessor to basically be saying democracy itself is on the line. And he's going to be delivering that message from a place that highlights how fragile democracy is and how hard we had to fight to get it in 1776 to the end of the Revolutionary War in 1783. And that's why they chose that venue. And again, also in Pennsylvania, a critical battleground state. One of Hillary Clinton's problems in 2016 was that she didn't get the African-American turnout that she needed in city center Philadelphia and Milwaukee, which is where the Democratic Convention was supposed to be, which is why they scheduled it there in part, or Detroit. And so part of the picking Kamala Harris and part of the way this whole convention has been staged is to fix what ended up being a critical shortcoming 4 years ago.
All right, James Hohmann, thanks so much. So the final speaker we'll hear from tonight before Kamala Harris sends this night home is the former President Barack Obama, who we've just been talking about. Joyce Koh now joins us from in front of the White House. So Joyce, let's talk about how the former president has become more vocal as this process has gone on.
Well, throughout the early primary process, former President Barack Obama was largely silent. He did not endorse a candidate, even when the Democratic field was quite large, even when Joe Biden at times appeared to be really struggling. And this is not unusual of former presidents. They typically stay out of that process, especially early on. Obama, though, was mentioned numerous times by Biden while Biden was out on the campaign trail, especially early on in the campaign season. We heard Biden referenced Obama and the closeness of their relationship, both on the campaign trail during those stump speeches and also during debates. He would talk about how they, came to make decisions during their 8 years together in the White House. Now, after Bernie Sanders dropped out of the race and Joe Biden was the presumptive Democratic nominee, Obama did endorse Joe Biden wholeheartedly, and he said in part during that speech that choosing Biden to be his vice president was one of the best decisions he ever made. Libby?
So, Joyce, how has the former president worked with Biden to further his message since he gave that endorsement?
So the Biden campaign came out earlier this summer, and they released a video showing Joe Biden and Barack Obama sort of sitting down to have this conversation. And in that video, they discussed things like the coronavirus and President Trump's response to the coronavirus, President Trump's response to the Black Lives Matter protests following those multiple incidents of police brutality that we saw earlier this year. So they discussed what they would be doing if those incidents happened during their administration. They also discussed what Joe Biden plans to do moving forward if he is elected president. Now, this was sort of the opening to Obama becoming more visible, especially as it relates to the Biden campaign. We, like I said, don't usually see presidents super involved in politics, especially after they leave the White House, especially to criticize sitting presidents. And we did see that a couple of times throughout the Trump administration, Obama coming out whenever he felt it was necessary to really refute something that President Trump was saying or express disapproval. And I think that there is no clearer example of this than during John Lewis's funeral last month when Obama delivered the eulogy speech. And in that eulogy, he really made it a call to action, comparing the sitting president to racist politicians who formerly fought against civil rights. So I think tonight in Obama's speech, we can expect to hear him deliver a similar message, really trying to ride home that message that democracy is on the line. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Koh, live in front of the White House. Well, stay with us. We're getting close to the start of tonight's program, which includes Kerry Washington as tonight's MC and a performance by Billie Eilish.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Thanks for being with me on this third night of the Democratic National Convention. DNC programming starts at 9 o'clock Eastern Time in a very short while. We'll be with you from the Washington Post newsroom throughout this convention week, as well as next week's Republican National Convention, so stick with us for that as well. With me tonight, Aaron Blake, senior political reporter for The Fix, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and James Homan, national political reporter. Rhonda, you were taking us through some of the topics and themes that are coming up tonight. The overarching theme is a more perfect union, but what will you be listening for in some of those other topics that Democrats are going to dig into? You know, it really looks like a mix of hearing from officials, but also some of the real people, the regular people who've been impacted by these issues.
That's right. We're going to hear about climate change. We're going to hear about immigration. We're also going to hear about gun policy. And that's something that Biden does tout, his experience trying to push through the Brady bill, that gun reform bill that passed, that set up the NICS database where anyone buying a gun needs to have a waiting period and a background check. So that's something that Biden did work on when he was in the Senate, and that is also something he talked about on the trail before he ended his in-person rallies. He did talk about that, and I think they're going to highlight today what he's done with that. You're going to hear from Gabby Giffords. Of course, she has that gun reform organization as well. So that's also going to be a key component to something that the Democrats can point to in saying that Joe Biden has worked on this and he will help, God forbid we have another situation with gun violence. So there's that, and then there's also immigration, and I believe in that block we're going to hear from New Mexico's governor. She was also talked about as a VP candidate, and she may now be considered, if Biden wins, to be the health secretary because of her response to the coronavirus in her state. So we're going to hear voices that we all, household names like Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren, but we're also going to hear from individuals that we may not hear from all the time about these certain key issues that Democrats hold as a part of their overall platform.
Aaron Blake, talk to us about hitting the issues and mixing the issues with the faces and the biography stories, the attacks on President Trump. How important is it at conventions to talk about what people actually want to see happen in a presidency?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends on the election. It depends on what voters care about at that given juncture. I think what we've seen on the first two nights of this convention is really, obviously the more singular focus of making the argument that President Trump isn't up to the job, but also kind of more broad thematic focuses on stuff like police reform, on coronavirus response, rather than specifics. And, I think that in some ways, you don't want to get bogged down in taking a position on things that might inflame one side of the base and doesn't appeal to another side of the base. But you do need to give people some idea of what you're going to do when you actually become president, besides just saying, oh, by the way, we can't afford to let the other guy have another 4 years. So I think we're going to have to see a little bit of that. On the other hand, the Biden campaign has been very quiet on the policy front in recent months. They've been content to let the president be the focal point of this race for the last several months here. And I think that they'll be happy to avoid kind of going down some of these more divisive paths at a time when we're seeing the likes of Bernie Sanders, basically give the nominee a very sound, endorsement and even vouch for his healthcare policy, which I thought was really notable from Monday night. So those boxes will have to be checked, but I think perhaps in this race, less than others, it's not going to be as much of a focal point.
Aaron, who are Democrats trying to talk to this week? I've been so interested to hear, who their speakers are, what they represent in terms of, how old they are, how insider they are in the Democratic Party, how diverse or not diverse they are. So who are the Democrats trying to reach?
Well, tonight it's about women. If you look at the roster of speakers, it's a very woman-heavy night, which obviously plays into the nomination of Kamala Harris as the VP pick. I guess you'll probably see a very big focus on that, not just in Kamala Harris's speech, but also in Hillary Clinton's speech, talking about her woulda, coulda, shoulda, become the first woman president. Don't let that happen again. And really, that's an important part of this. I think that obviously, Joe Biden made this pick. He said he was going to pick a woman for a very specific reason. He picked a Black woman under a lot of pressure to do exactly that. And now it's time to make sure that people, especially women, are going to turn out for Democrats in the numbers that the polls suggest, which are very big numbers. But as Hillary Clinton will tell you, they are a vital part of this election and something that Democrats can't take for granted.
James, let's throw the question to you. Who are Democrats talking to this week, and are they reaching the necessary constituents?
Well, I think that they are trying to reach some of the suburban voters who are uneasy with Trump, who maybe didn't vote in 2016 or voted for Trump reluctantly, then voted for Democratic candidates in the 2018 midterm elections, and now maybe are up for grabs. I think they're trying to give African Americans who stayed home in 2016 and 2018 a reason to turn out and to get excited about the candidate, about the election, but also about Joe Biden. Even, our poll this week showed that the vast majority of people who are supporting Biden in the polls are doing so because they don't like Donald Trump, as a rejection of Trump. And so I think that they're trying to reassure a lot of those voters. They feel like the left is unified. They feel like the Sanders people are falling in line in a way that they didn't in 2016. And that's why we've heard from so many Republicans. They're also trying to reach seniors. I think a lot of the talking about Biden as a grandfather, there's some risk in highlighting that he would be our oldest president. Hillary Clinton lost voters over 65 by 10 points in 2016. And our Washington Post poll this week showed that they are now tied, Biden and Trump. Biden had a slight lead a few months ago. If Biden ties Trump with seniors, he will win the election. And so I think a lot of the biographical stuff, the way that Obama is going to talk about Biden, is about appealing to seniors, because in many cases, those are people who are at home actually watching these festivities, that have grown up their whole lives watching these conventions. And so I think seniors are a demographic we aren't talking about enough.
You bring up such an interesting point, James. Who's actually watching this? I'm curious to know what you're hearing from progressive activists and if they feel like they're being talked to enough. But it also raises the question of, are they the audience, right? Are they the ones watching this, or is the hope by Democrats to be able to reach them through viral videos, through small clips, not through sort of the 2 hours of programming night after night?
Yeah, so like Elizabeth Warren is going to get 5 minutes tonight, and I seen the script, and she throws red meat to the base, and there's a couple lines that progressives will love and share on Twitter and tweet, and put on viral videos. But so there's enough. You can't ignore them. You need them to be excited and activated. But the convention organizers have essentially calculated that kind of the antipathy toward Trump is the epoxy that holds the kind of the Democratic coalition together. You had Bernie Sanders on Monday, and I think they're trying to show that Biden is sort of acceptable to everyone. But I should say here, even in Wilmington this week, there's a lot of jockeying underway. When you talk to people, whether it's kind of the Wall Street wing of the party, the donor class, they all sort of actually feel surprisingly reassured by Kamala Harris, who's been very friendly toward business, especially for a kind of a California, San Francisco Democrat, and they feel good about Biden. And the left also feels like Biden has telegraphed that he's going to come their way. So everyone in the Democratic coalition is kind of thinking that Biden is talking to them. To what Aaron was saying a minute ago, that's one of the benefits of not going deep on policy, is that the left feels like Biden is sort of saying the right things, and John Kasich could stand up and say, "Don't worry, Republicans, Biden's not going to go too far left if he gets elected." And Kasich's script was approved by the Biden campaign, so it's notable that then Kasich is standing up there saying like Biden's not going to go left once he gets elected, whereas you have a lot of the liberals who are speaking who hope that they can, just as there was the successful effort to pressure Biden to pick an African American woman, successfully pressure him to like go big in responding to the coronavirus or in tackling police reform, etc.
Rhonda Colvin, yesterday when we saw the keynote address given, we saw a roundup of young and emerging party activists, people in elected office. We didn't see one person. Talk to us about that philosophy and how Democrats are trying to both show a lot of their emerging talent, but also some of the dangers in that potentially.
Yeah, they wanted to have a collection of voices instead of one single person. And I remember one of them, I can't remember who it was, who said, "We are the Democratic Party and we embrace everyone." So I think the DNC wanted to portray to America that they are the party of inclusion, they are the party of diversity, and I think that that is what they wanted, the chord they wanted to strike last night. It sort of ended with a name that many of us know, which is Stacey Abrams. She also was talked about as a potential VP pick. It ended with her. So it all seemed to be sort of ushering in this new tide of Democrats who are from all different states, all different walks of life, and that's certainly in contrast to the Republican Party. So I think that is what the DNC wanted to promote last night.
It was an interesting choice, Rhonda, because they weren't playing the role of sort of kingmaker or queenmaker in the sense of showing one emerging voice, although Stacey Abrams had sort of the biggest focused chunk of time. We weren't learning a lot about each person, though. They had some biographical snippets and some talk about who they were and why they were concerned about this election. But it does seem sort of suggestive of Democrats wondering what's next a little bit.
That's true, and I think that they also wanted to promote youth too. Many of the people who were chosen for that collective keynote were younger people, younger members of Congress who are in their first term of Congress. And I think that that also could be sort of a way to speak to young voters who oftentimes aren't as enthused as older voters to go to the polls. So they wanted to kick off last night showing that they have young members of the party. They also have diverse members of the party, and they want to be known as the party that includes everyone.
And tonight we'll see a lot more of the establishment figures, and that we will hear from Nancy Pelosi, we will hear from Hillary Clinton and Elizabeth Warren. Let's go back to Aaron Blake for final thoughts. We just have about 30 seconds here with you, Aaron. What should we be listening for tonight?
Well, one thing that struck me last night was that a lot of the programming, both the first night, but I think especially last night, seemed geared at kind of baiting the president into kind of responding to these things. Michelle Obama's speech certainly did that. I think Barack Obama's speech is really going to be an interesting moment because this is the guy the president loves to run against. On the other hand, the person he's actually running against, the VP pick, Kamala Harris, is going to speak tonight, and they really haven't defined her yet. So there might be a little bit of a choice there as far as who the president's going to focus on, and it might be more tempting to focus on the guy who's not actually going to be on the ballot.
All right, Aaron Blake, thank you so much. I'd like to thank Aaron Blake as well as the rest of our panelists this evening. Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention is about to begin. Stay with us. We will be back with Post reporters Rhonda Colvin, James Hohman, and Eugene Scott following tonight's programming. Take a moment and subscribe wherever you may be watching to get all the top news in politics during this election season. And we'll be bringing you, of course, the rest of the convention this week, as well as the Republican National Convention next week. I'm Libby Casey, and here we go to Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kamala. So before I go on stage later tonight, I want to talk about the importance of voting. I know many of you plan to vote this year, but amidst the excitement and enthusiasm for this election, you've also heard about obstacles and misinformation and folks making it harder for you to cast your ballot. So I think we need to ask ourselves, why don't they want us to vote? Why is there so much effort to silence our voices? And the answer is because when we vote, things change. When we vote, things get better. When we vote, we address the need for all people to be treated with dignity and respect in our country. So each of us needs a plan, a voting plan. Joe and I want to make sure you're prepared. If you text VOTE to 30330, we'll help you come up with your plan and remember deadlines and get ready to vote in your community. So send that text and encourage your family and friends to send one too. Now let's enjoy another night of inspiration from around our country. I'll see you a little later tonight, and until then, I turn it over to my dear friend and tonight's moderator, Kerry Washington.
Welcome to Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. I am honored to be joining you as we continue to celebrate this unconventional convention. We're going to be hearing a lot more from Senator Harris later, I promise. But first, when I was in 7th or 8th grade, we memorized the preamble of the Constitution, and I've never forgotten it. The first 15 words of our Constitution are, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." We say more perfect because our union is not without flaws. When our Constitution was written, women couldn't vote. Black people were considered 3/5 of a human being, but therein lies the work. No one is perfect. Nothing is, but it is the striving toward justice, equality, and truth that distinguishes us. We fight for a more perfect union because we are fighting for the soul of this country and for our lives. And right now, that fight is real. Tonight, we are going to hear from so many phenomenal women who are working to help us build that more perfect union. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Secretary Hillary Clinton, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham. We're going to see an incredible performance from Jennifer Hudson and a world premiere performance from Billie Eilish. We'll meet so many of the activists and organizers working to build a more equal, more just future. And we're going to hear from our 44th president, Barack Obama. That's a long way of saying this is going to be an unforgettable night filled with important voices. But the most important voice we hope to hear from tonight is the one we need to hear from most. It's yours. Because if we are going to repair the damage that has been done, if we are going to finally realize the dream, we, the people, have to get involved. Each and every one of us is the we. You are the we. It's going to be your voice, your service, your action that helps us create that more perfect union. Tonight, we're going to talk about where we are and where we're going on so many issues important to our future. 90% of Americans support common sense gun laws because we need to do more to address the epidemic of gun violence. Let's start there.
People affected by everyday gun violence have to walk by the street corner where their best friend, their brother, their mother, their nephew, where they themselves were shot. And life goes on as if we all haven't just watched a loved one die and get put in the grave. The whole point of what I'm saying here is until one of us or all of us stand up and say, I can't do this anymore. I can't sit by and watch the news treat these shootings like acts of God. Gun violence isn't just going to stop until there's a force fighting harder against it, and I'm going to do something to prevent it. They say that tougher gun laws do not decrease gun violence. We call BS! They say a good guy with a gun stops a bad guy with a gun. We call BS! They say guns are just tools like knives. We call BS! They say that no laws could have been able to prevent the hundreds of senseless tragedies that have occurred. We call BS! That us kids don't know what we're talking about, that we're too young to understand how the government works. We call BS!
What we're fighting for will happen because we're fighting so strongly for it. We're going to make this change.
Long before this pandemic, our country has been suffering from the epidemic of gun violence.
Gun violence is a public health crisis, one that disproportionately affects the Black and brown communities. First, it was my beloved fiance.
My son, Jerry, at the Pulse shooting in Orlando.
7 years later, it would be my son.
I know exactly the pain, the toll, the heartbreak of gun violence.
My freshman year, my high school went into lockdown because a kid brought a gun to school.
We've had to endure live shooter training drills on our schools.
High schoolers have enough to deal with. They shouldn't also be responsible for keeping themselves safe at school. That's the job of the government.
We have to end corporate lobbying by the NRA. We have to invest in mental health in our communities rather than making our schools maximum security prisons.
I want a president who will make gun violence prevention a top priority, and I believe Joe Biden is that person.
And now, mother and activist, Deandra Dykes.
In a split second, a stray bullet shattered my family's life. My son DeAndre was only 13 years old. He was recognized as a gifted and talented student. His possibilities were endless. He was dancing at a birthday party when he was shot in the back left side of his head, shattering his skull. One shot changed our lives forever. Today, my Dre does not talk. He does not walk. I know he knows me by the smile he shows when I walk in his room, but I'm unsure if he knows a gunshot has changed his life. Since March, I've only been able to see my son 3 times, but I can't touch or hug him due to COVID-19. People tell me that I'm lucky. I tell them we are blessed. I remind them that my son is in a wheelchair and unable to feed himself. I don't think DeAndre feels lucky when he has to be bathed from head to toe or gets injections for muscle contractions. I am in a space of gratitude. Yes, I can touch DeAndre, I can hold his hand, but the child that I birthed is not able to live his dreams, and that hurts. Every day we're reminded that he may never be the same. We are not alone. In every town across America, there are families who know what a bullet can do. That's why I'm a mom who volunteers to stop this. President Trump, he doesn't care. He didn't care about the victims after Parkland, Las Vegas, or El Paso. I want a president who cares about our pain and grief. A president who will take on the gun lobby to ban assault weapons and close the loopholes to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. Joe Biden has taken on the NRA twice and won, and he will do it again as president.
I've looked in the eyes of too many parents, and I mean literally scores of them, who've lost their children to gun violence. And looked in the eyes of brave young people who survived school shootings. And I made each of them a promise. I made myself a promise. I promised them, and I promise all of you, I will make this promise today, those families hurting across the country. I will never, 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 never give up this fight.
Out of pain, we choose to find meaning. A glimmer of light that lands on a promise. Former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, shot in the head from less than 3 feet away. But she survived. When tragedy strikes, we seek comfort in knowing we aren't alone.
Join us in this fight.
We seek strength to keep fighting, to keep moving forward. We turn to leaders who share our pain.
In the most difficult times, it's when we stand closest together. It's out of tragedy that we grow stronger.
He was there for me, he'll be there for you too.
We are a nation ready to end gun violence. A safer America is possible. But from this point forward, we must choose courage.
I've known the darkest of days. Days of pain and uncertain recovery. But confronted by despair, I've summoned hope. Confronted by paralysis and aphasia, I responded with grit and determination. I put one foot in front of the other. I found one word and then I found another. My recovery is a daily fight, but fighting makes me stronger. Words once came easily, today I struggle to speak. But I have not lost my voice. America needs all of us to speak out, even when you have to fight to find the words. We are at a crossroads. We can let the shooting continue, or we can act. We can protect our families, our future. We can vote. We can be on the right side of history. We must elect Joe Biden. He was there for me. He'll be there for you too. Join us in this fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you very much.
Tonight, we're going to hear from many changemakers who are using their powers for good, who are working to confront the other epidemics we're facing: COVID-19, structural racism, police violence against Black bodies, violence against members of the trans community. We are facing so many challenges. To meet these challenges, we will need systematic solutions. We need leaders who can see us, hear us, represent us, all of us. To Joe Biden, nothing is more important than taking the time to make sure that people are seen, heard, and believed in.
I was interning in DC, and I remember I called my grandmother, and I said, Joe Biden's walking by. And she goes, oh my God, put him on. And I see his staffer going like, no, like, don't take the call. What are you doing? And he points to his staffer and he goes like, go that way. And he sent his staffer away.
How could I not be endeared to him instantly? He talked to me for the next half hour.
I see Dana Bash from CNN there. And she says like, Senator Biden will be on in like 5. And he sends her away.
He asked me about my sons. He asked me about what I did. All I know is it was all about me, not about him.
And then he comes back to me then and he goes, it was lovely talking to your grandmother. And then he starts the interview with Dana Bash. It was unbelievable.
I must interject one thing. At the very end of his chat with me, he said, could you do me a favor? I said, sure, what is it? He said, tell me how I can get your grandson's hair. He was good-humored, he was sensitive, and here it is all these years later, and it's vivid in my mind.
You know, as much as I feel like I got to know him in that moment, it feels like he knows us. I know Joe because he listens, and whether he's heard your story or someone else's story, he cares about everyone's story.
He'll care more about you than he'll care about himself.
What a beautiful story. Okay, now let's talk about another important issue, the climate crisis. This is an issue that has been on Joe Biden's mind for decades. In 1986, while working as a senator, Joe Biden introduced one of the first climate bills in Congress, and he's continued to listen to and work with climate advocates and activists, putting forward a plan to address climate change and create a clean energy economy.
There are battles that we need to fight and we need to win to secure our future in this country. But there's one issue that is an existential threat to all of us, and that is climate change.
The climate crisis is here, and we must act.
It is the most pressing issue of our time, and it deserves to be treated as such.
We no longer have any time to wait.
Our generation will bear the burden of past mistakes, but we stand to benefit most from changing course now.
We know that in a couple of years, it will be too late.
We need to change the paradigm, and that happens here with us.
We should invest massively in wind, solar, geothermal, and green infrastructure.
Moving away from fossil fuels and being highly competitive in renewables.
We need to lay out our specific policies
so that we can give our children, my children, your children, a planet that can sustain them.
That needs to happen now.
We need it now.
The moment demands it. We can afford nothing less.
Good evening, America. I'm Michelle Lujan Grisham, governor of the great state of Nuevo Mexico. I'm proud of my home state every single day, especially how we have punched above our weight in our successful response to COVID-19. I'm proud of New Mexicans from Taos to Truth or Consequences who have stepped up and sacrificed in so many incredible ways this past half year. And I'm proud how we embrace our multicultural identity as our greatest strength. And I'm proud that New Mexico has shown what climate leadership looks like. While the Trump administration has been eliminating environmental protections, we've expanded them. While they've been rolling back regulations on oil and gas, we've taken on polluters and held them accountable. We've committed to a renewable energy future with exciting and fulfilling careers for workers all across our beautiful state, including right here in the heart of northern New Mexico. We're laying a roadmap here for what America can and should look like in the 21st century. An America where we lead again, where we build safer, cleaner, and more affordable cities and communities, where we provide meaningful opportunities for workers and families to thrive and build better lives. As president, Joe Biden will rejoin the International Climate Agreement, and the United States will once again lead on this critical issue. At home, he'll invest in energy workers, and he will deliver for working families across the U.S., helping them build meaningful careers while accelerating our nation and world into a clean, green 21st century and well beyond. We know time is running out to save our planet. We have the chance this November to end two existential crises: the Trump presidency and the environmental annihilation he represents. We have the chance this November to attack the climate crisis, invest in green 21st century jobs, and embrace the clean energy revolution our country, our young people are crying out for, and the leadership the rest of the world is waiting for. The choice is clear. The choice is Joe Biden. Thank you, America.
Hard work, rising to a challenge, the American way. Going to the moon was all three.
The Eagle has landed.
Many astronauts returned home and reported a shift in their awareness. The view they saw of Earth from space was profound. The world looked beautiful, tiny, fragile. Our atmosphere is all that separates us from oblivion. We now call what they experienced the overview effect.
Here in Detroit, our communities for such a long time have faced the burden of pollution. And I think addressing climate change gives us an opportunity to correct some of those wrongs and to also invest in our vulnerable communities.
Maybe you've read some of the millions of pages of scientific evidence on climate change.
Storm, sir.
Or maybe you felt it as you walked the neighborhood.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
For most people, it's overwhelming.
All of this with the global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
I had spent 5 years working on this report. The Trump administration started to remove any mention that humans were the cause of climate change from it.
I wrote my resignation letter just 6 months into the administration. They were handing the keys of public lands over to private interests. The Trump administration has gone all out, not just to neglect climate change issues and laws, but to reverse them.
We have about a decade before it's too late.
I'm a kid, and I'm going to say to all those adults who are watching this right now, why don't you get up and do something?
Some of the first climate change legislation ever written was by a senator from Delaware.
When Donald Trump thinks about climate change, the only word he can muster is hoax.
America faces a challenge. But if we face it together, we will rise to the occasion and build back better.
When I think about climate change, the word I think of is jobs.
That's Joe's plan. Create millions of new good-paying jobs, many of them union, like mine. Invest in critical infrastructure. Upgrade millions of buildings. Invest in micro-mobility and precision agriculture. A clean energy future that achieves net zero emissions by 2050. Because we can't power the economies of the future without investing in the technologies of the future.
I think what's really important about Joe Biden's plan is that 40% of the investment will go to vulnerable communities.
We know how to do this. We'll do it again, but this time bigger and faster and smarter.
Joe won't ignore the crisis. We're seeing what happens when we do that. He won't surrender to the fight. Joe's America will lead the world on clean energy. We'll lead on job creation. And America will lead the world again on climate.
I was 13 when the Camp Fire, the most destructive wildfire in California's history, broke out. We were visiting family nearly 100 miles away, but my asthma flared badly. I could hardly breathe. I'm Alexandra Villaseñor, and I've been organizing young people around climate change since 2018. Climate change is impacting us now, and it's robbing my generation of a future. For young people my age, every aspect of our lives, from where we go to school, to what kind of careers we'll have, to whether or not we can raise a family, depends on us taking climate change seriously right now. Joe Biden won't solve this crisis in 4 years. No one can. but he will put us back on track so that my generation can have a fighting chance. I'm asking you to join us. Don't let our futures go up in flames.
The corn growers near my parents' farm have a saying, knee-high by the 4th of July. These days they're lucky if the corn is even planted because of unpredictable and torrential spring rains. I'm Andrew Adamski. I studied microbial ecology at Northern Michigan University. Us farmers can see the effects of climate change happening right in front of us. So we've been trying to do our part. We're adopting sustainable solutions on my family's farm, switching to a community model, using less land and reusing our resources to grow our food. We are eliminating tons of carbon pollution every year by mimicking natural ecosystems. Farmers can be part of the climate solution instead of a problem. Today, we all can grow our own future, but we need our leaders to be part of the solution as well, instead of part of the problem. We need them to commit to the science, not ignore it. We need them to put real plans on the table rather than roll them back. That's what Joe Biden is doing with his clean energy revolution. Instead of being left behind, we could lead the world again.
I spend a lot of time talking about climate change with different communities here in Nevada. And the one question that I get asked over and over again is, what are you doing here? Not a lot of climate activists look like me. My name is Catherine Lorenzo. I'm an Afro-Latina and I'm a climate activist. I grew up in a low-income neighborhood where pollution rates are often higher than wealthier areas, and a lot of kids have asthma. Switching to renewable energy would mean cleaner air, better health, and a steadier income for folks in neighborhoods like mine. Because solar PV installers and wind turbine techs are some of the fastest growing jobs in the country. And Joe Biden's plan is transformative. He knows that saving the planet isn't just a challenge to overcome, it's an opportunity for a better way of life.
So what's it gonna be, America?
Are you ready to vote for Joe Biden?
Are you ready to solve the climate crisis?
Because our futures depend on it.
Like the folks we just heard from, next up is another activist and environmentalist, not to mention an immensely talented artist. She worked to ensure that her most recent concert tour was green and sustainable, urging her fans to take similar actions in their daily lives. And even before she herself was old enough to vote, she held registration drives before her shows, signing up thousands of voters. She's a voice for her generation in both her music and her activism. Here to perform My Future publicly for the first time, Billie Eilish.
You don't need me to tell you things are a mess. Donald Trump is destroying our country and everything we care about. We need leaders who will solve problems like climate change and COVID, not deny them. Leaders who will fight against systemic racism and inequality. And that starts by voting for someone who understands how much is at stake. Someone who's building a team that shares our values. It starts with voting against Donald Trump and for Joe Biden. Silence is not an option, and we cannot sit this one out. We all have to vote like our lives and the world depend on it, because they do. The only way to be certain of the future is to make it ourselves. Please register, please vote.
I can't seem to focus, and you don't seem to notice I'm not here. I'm just a mirror. You check your complexion to find your reflections all alone. Supposedly I'm lonely now. No, I'm supposed to be unhappy without someone. But aren't I someone? To be your answer. 'Cause you're so handsome. But I know better than to drive you home. 'Cause you invite me in, and I'd be yours again. But I'm in love with my future, and you don't know. I'm in love, but not with anybody here. I'll see you in a couple years.
Billie Eilish, thank you. Okay, now we're going to talk about something close to my heart. The Black community in this country is hugely diverse. On my father's side, I am descended from African Americans who came from slave ships that landed in South Carolina and who were part of the Great Migration North that has played such a defining role in who we are as a nation. On my mother's side, my grandparents came here as immigrants, part of a rich history that has also defined America. They immigrated to this country from the West Indies through Ellis Island in the 1920s. I often think about how my grandmother must have felt when she first saw the Statue of Liberty and her raised torch. My family's story is not unique. Unless you're Native American, your family likely came here from somewhere else, whether it was 5 years ago or 200 years ago, whether it was by choice or by bondage. Etched into the DNA of who we are as a nation is the very idea that though you may be from somewhere else, you can find your home here. But that idea is in danger, now more than ever before.
Tell me when I should start reading. Dear Donald Trump, my name is Estella. I am 11 years old. My mom is my best friend. She came to America as a teenager over 20 years ago without papers in search of a better life. She married my dad, who served our country as a Marine in South America, Africa, and Iraq. My mom worked hard and paid taxes, and the Obama administration told her she could stay. My dad thought you would protect military families, so he voted for you in 2016, Mr. President. He says he won't vote for you again after what you did to our family.
The wife of a U.S. Marine veteran was deported to Mexico.
Instead of protecting us, you tore our world apart.
My mom is a good person, and she's not a criminal.
Now, my mom is gone, and she's been taken from us for no reason at all. Every day that passes, you deport more moms and dads and take them away from kids like me.
We will begin moving them out. Day one.
You separated thousands of children from their parents and you put them in cages. Some of those kids are now orphans because of you.
These are our people. I don't want them in our country. They're animals.
Mr. President, my mom is the wife of a proud American Marine and a mother of 2 American children. We are American families. We need a president who will bring people together, not tear them apart. Sincerely, Estella.
I'm Lucy Sanchez, and this is my mother, Sylvia, and sister, Jessica. We're like all families. We work hard to build a good life.
I was born with spina bifida. That means my spinal cord didn't form as it should. And the doctors in my town said I wouldn't survive. They gave my mother no hope for my future.
I'm a U.S. citizen, but my mother is undocumented.
And I am a dreamer.
Yo hice lo que cualquier madre haría para salvar la vida de su niña.
My mother did what any mother would do to save her baby's life.
Tomé a mi niña en brazos, viajamos a la frontera. Al llegar al río, la levanté sobre el agua y cruzamos.
She took my sister in her arms and traveled for days to reach the border. And when they got to the river, she lifted my sister above the water and crossed.
We came to America before I was 1 year old. She saved my life.
No podía esperar. Tenía que venir en ese momento en busca de un milagro.
My mother had no choice. There was no time to wait to save my sister. She came here looking for a miracle.
Tenía miedo que nos encontraran, que nos detuvieran y nos regresaran, pero yo tenía que salvar a mi hija.
We were afraid they would find us and detain us, but she had to save her daughter.
Our home is here. North Carolina is all I know. I qualified for DACA, but Donald Trump took away my ability to apply for the program.
Trabajamos duro, salimos adelante, pagamos impuestos.
We work hard, we contribute to our community, and we pay our taxes. I've gone to school and built a good life for me and my 2 daughters.
I want to go to law school. I want to help my community. But ever since Donald Trump was elected, all our fears have returned.
We don't know if our family will be separated. Will my mom and sister be detained? Will my sister get the health care she needs and deserves?
I don't have the right ID, so I can't get health insurance through the exchange. I need health insurance. I deserve it, right?
Claro que sí, mija. Todos merecemos esperanza, buena vida y salud. Me rompe el corazón ver cómo separan a niños de sus familias en la frontera. Eso está mal. Esos bebés necesitan a sus padres.
It breaks our hearts to see children separated from their families at the border. That's wrong. Those children need their parents. On November 3rd, I'm going to vote for my mother, my sister, and my daughters. I will vote for a future where all of our lives have dignity and respect.
We need a leader who will fix the broken immigration system and commit to keeping families together.
I'm voting for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the daughter of immigrants. Who are you going to vote for?
Estamos todos juntos. Envía la palabra únete al 30330.
There's something unique about America. We don't simply welcome new immigrants. We are born of immigrants. That is who we are. Immigration is our origin story. After all, unless your family is Native American, all of our families come from someplace else. In these new Americans, we see our own American stories. Life in America was not always easy. There was discrimination and hardship and poverty. But like you, they no doubt found inspiration in all those who had come before them. And they were able to muster faith that here in America, they might build a better life and give their children something more. Tension throughout our history between welcoming or rejecting the stranger, it's about more than just immigration. It's about the meaning of America. What kind of country do we want to be? Immigrants are the teachers who inspire our children. They're the doctors who keep us healthy. They're the engineers who design our skylines and the artists and the entertainers who touch our hearts. Immigrants are soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen who protect us. We can never say it often or loudly enough. Immigrants and refugees revitalize and renew America. It's not something to take for granted. It's something to cherish and to fight for. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Yeah.
aunque las montañas o el cielo caiga, no voy a preocuparme, porque sé que tú estás junto a mí. No lloraré, no lloraré. Oh, I won't shed a tear, porque sé que tú estás junto a mí. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Na da 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 da. Na da 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 da. Na da da. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand, darling, junto a mí, junto a mí. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, baby, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand, darling, junto a mí, junto a mí. Where my Latinos at? Come on. Royce. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, baby, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand, darling, junto a mí, junto a mí.
Mi gente, let's stand by each other. Don't forget to vote this November. Together we can make a change. Ya lo saben. No se olviden votar este noviembre. En la unión está la fuerza. Let's go.
That was Prince Royce. Amazing. Shout out to the Boogie Down Bronx. In this next piece, you'll hear about the vital role that women have played in moving us toward a more perfect union and breaking through that proverbial glass ceiling. And after that, you'll hear from Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, the woman who put over 65 million cracks in it.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Got to understand what happens from here is in our hands.
She was called an instigator, a rule breaker, a rabble rouser. And she is called the agitator, the pushy one, the one with attitude.
Now is the time for all of us to stand up and say enough is enough.
We just got
From the ballot box to the factory floor, from her living room to the ER, she makes trouble, the good kind. She is the mother who cries out for sensible gun laws.
This is about a right and wrong thing.
The daughter who believes that equal justice means justice for all.
We are America.
The child who knows that Black lives matter. She is our warrior on the front lines, challenging authority to make the world safe.
Nobody is above the law.
Refusing to be told who makes decisions about her body or anyone else's.
These women and men of all ages, races, and backgrounds don't come to Planned Parenthood to make a political statement. They come to get quality, affordable health care.
You are disadvantaging her because of her sex.
We look forward, though, to making sure that this district is finally well represented.
The things that we ran on going into November, we are doing that.
Women don't just fight for women. They fight for families. They fight for fairness, inclusion, justice.
To make our nation a more perfect union, especially for those people who are the most marginal.
If we're going to jumpstart the middle class, we've got to ensure that college is affordable.
Separation of families and children are detrimental to their health.
Give the victims of gender bias in the workplace the tools they need to seek justice.
Women are the most important political force in the United States of America.
She represents her views on education.
We've got to pay educators more, and we've got to hire more educators.
We're going to raise up the profile of teachers and celebrate who they are and give them better pay.
She represents her concerns about health care.
Healthcare is the #1 issue in this election every day. Every day.
She speaks out on equal pay.
It's very frustrating for women everywhere because you're feeling like they aren't getting paid what they should be.
And focuses on protecting our children.
Let's give parents the peace of mind that their kids are safe and are being set up for success.
Caring for our seniors and the people who care for them. She keeps this nation going even in challenging times. And while running for office is not easy,
what's wrong with my running for president of this country?
Nevertheless, she persists.
But we learned a long time ago, you don't get what you don't fight for.
And perseveres.
This is our time.
And prevails.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, it's got about 18 million cracks in it.
A record-breaking number of women ran in the midterms and won.
She builds coalitions, and she knows who her allies are. From the fight for health care to authoring the Violence Against Women's Act, to building a society where fairness and equality and opportunity applies to everyone. Joe Biden knows a stronger America is one that works for women. So go ahead and celebrate, you rabble-rouser, you rule breaker, you force of nature. Our country, our world needs you. Keep rising and vote.
The morning after the last election, I said, we owe Donald Trump an open mind and the chance to lead. I meant it. Every president deserves that. And Trump came in with so much set up for him: a strong economy, plans for managing crises, including a pandemic. Yes, we Democrats would have disagreed with him on many things, but if he had put his own interests and ego aside, seen the humanity in a child ripped from her parents at the border, or a protester calling for justice, or a family wiped out by natural disaster, that would have been a good thing for America and the world. I wish Donald Trump knew how to be a president, because America needs a president right now. Throughout this time of crisis, Americans keep going, checking on neighbors, showing up to jobs as first responders, hospitals, grocery stores, nursing homes. Yes, it still takes a village. And we need leaders equal to this moment of sacrifice and service. We need Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Everyone has a story about Joe's caring and empathy. I remember him calling after my mother, Dorothy, died, and we talked about being raised by strong women. The best testament to Joe is how he's cared for his family. And how great is it that Dr. Jill Biden plans to keep teaching as First Lady. And Joe picked the right partner in Kamala. She's relentless in the pursuit of justice and equity, and she's kind. When her press secretary, Tyrone Gale, was dying of cancer, she dropped everything to be with him in his final moments. I know something about the slings and arrows she'll face, and believe me, this former district attorney and attorney general can handle them all. So this is the team to pull our nation back from the brink. but they can't do it without us. For 4 years, people have told me, I didn't realize how dangerous he was. I wish I could do it all over. Or worst, I should have voted. Look, this can't be another woulda, coulda, shoulda election. If you vote by mail, request your ballot now and send it back right away. If you vote in person, do it early. Become a poll worker. Most of all, no matter what, vote. As Michelle Obama and Bernie Sanders warned us, if Trump is reelected, things will get even worse. That's why we need unity now more than ever. Remember back in 2016 when Trump asked, "What do you have to lose?" Well, now we know. Our health care, our jobs, our loved ones, our leadership in the world, and even our post office. But let's set our sights higher than getting one man out of the White House. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to give us so much to vote for. Let's vote for the jobs that Joe's plan will create. Clean energy jobs to fight climate change, caregiving jobs with living wages. Vote for emergency relief that lifts small businesses and saves hardworking people from foreclosures and evictions. It's wrong that billionaires got $400 billion richer during the pandemic while millions lost their $600 a week in extra unemployment. Vote for the parents and teachers struggling to balance children's education and safety, and for healthcare workers fighting COVID-19 with little help from the White House. Vote for paid family leave and health care for everyone, for Social Security, Medicare, and Planned Parenthood. Vote for dreamers and their families. Vote for law enforcement purged of racial bias that keeps all our streets safe. Vote for justice for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery, because Black lives matter. Vote for honest elections so we, not a foreign adversary, choose our president. Vote for the diverse, hopeful America we saw in last night's roll call. And don't forget, Joe and Kamala can win by 3 million votes and still lose. Take it from me. So we need numbers overwhelming so Trump can't sneak or steal his way to victory. Text VOTE 30330 to get started. 100 years ago yesterday, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution was ratified. It took 7 decades of suffragists marching, picketing, and going to jail to push us closer to a more perfect union. 55 years ago, John Lewis marched and bled in Selma in America's future because of Kamala Harris, a Black woman, the daughter of Jamaican and Indian immigrants, and our nominee for vice president. This is our country's story, breaking down barriers and expanding the circle of possibility. And to the young people watching, don't give up on America. Despite our flaws and problems, we've come so far. We can still be a more just, equal country with opportunities previous generations could never have imagined. There's a lot of heartbreak in America now. And the truth is, many things were broken before the pandemic. But as the saying goes, the world breaks everyone, and afterward, many are strong at the broken places. That's Joe Biden. He knows how to keep going, unify, and lead, because he's done that for his family and country. So come November, if we're strong together, we'll heal together. We'll redeem the soul and the promise of our country, led by President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Tonight is a night steeped in women who have stepped into service and advocacy and who are using their power for good. The power of women is undeniable, whether it's in the office, in the home, or in the House of Representatives. It is my honor to introduce the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
I was never raised in a way that I would be running for public office. It didn't interest me. When I graduated from college, I got married, had 5 children in 6 years. So that was my life. When the children were grown, the opportunity to run for Congress came along.
She ran because another woman said, run. And she won, starting on a path that would make history, the first woman Speaker of the House.
For our daughters and our granddaughters, today we have broken the marble ceiling.
In her, so many saw themselves.
I did feel a real responsibility to other women as I stood on the shoulders of those who went before.
Now, it was her turn to say, run. And run they did, winning and making her Speaker once again.
We didn't have a speaker who would bring a gun bill to the floor. We didn't have a speaker who would bring a Dreamers issue to the floor. We do now.
And that's good for every American. But not everyone was on board.
Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi. Pelosi.
I'm a mother of 5, grandmother of 9. I know a temper tantrum when I see one. The power of the speaker is awesome. Awesome. If you want to go into the arena, you have to be prepared to take a punch. But you also have to be prepared to throw a punch for the children.
Throw a punch for the children.
From running the House to Speaker of the House and taking on the White House, unapologetic, unafraid.
Madam Speaker. Congratulations, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
And now, please welcome Speaker of the United States House of Representatives,
It is my honor to bring
Nancy
you the
Pelosi.
greetings of House Democrats, the most diverse majority in history, more than 60% women, people of color, and LGBTQ. Our diversity is our strength. Our unity is our power. This month, as America marks the centennial of women finally winning the right to vote, we do so with 105 women in the House. Proudly, 90 are Democrats. To win the vote, women marched and fought and never gave in. We stand on their shoulders, charged with carrying forward the unfinished work of our nation advanced by heroes, from Seneca Falls to Selma to Stonewall. 4 years ago, when President Obama and Vice President Biden were in the White House, they made us proud, and their leadership made our country great. In that spirit, we come together now, not to decry the darkness, but to light a way forward for our country. That is the guiding purpose of House Democrats, fighting for the people. We have sent the Senate bills for lower health care costs, for bigger paychecks, for cleaner government, protecting John Lewis's voting rights, and enacting George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We've sent the Senate bills to protect our dreamers, LGBTQ equality, to prevent gun violence, and to preserve our planet for future generations, and even more. All of this is possible for America. Who was standing in the way? Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. Our nation faces the worst health and economic catastrophe in our history. More than 5 million Americans are infected by the coronavirus. Over 170,000 have died. The science-based action in the HEROES Act we enacted 3 months ago is essential to safeguard lives, livelihood, and the life of our democracy. And who is standing in the way? Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. Instead of crushing the virus, they're trying to crush the Affordable Care Act and its pre-existing conditions benefit. As Speaker of the House, I've seen firsthand Donald Trump's disrespect for facts, for working families, and for women in particular. Disrespect written into his policies toward our health and our rights, not just his conduct. But we know what he doesn't, that when women succeed, America succeeds. And so we are unleashing the power of women to take our rightful place in our national life by championing a woman's right to choose and defending Roe v. Wade, securing safe and affordable child care, preserving Social Security, and passing equal pay for equal work. Who's standing in the way? Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. So here is our answer. We will remember in November when we will elect Joe Biden president, whose heart is full of love for America, and rid the country of Trump's heartless disregard for America's goodness. Joe Biden's faith in God gives him the courage to lead. Joe Biden's love gives him the strength to persevere. Joe Biden is the president we need right now, battle-tested, forward-looking, honest, and authentic. He has never forgotten who he is fighting for. And Kamala Harris is the vice president we need right now, committed to our Constitution, brilliant in defending it, and a witness to the women of this nation that our voices will be heard. Our mission is to fight for a future equal to the ideals of our founders, our hopes for our children, and the sacrifices of our veterans, our brave men and women in uniform, and their families. We will increase our majority in the House. We will win a Democratic majority in the Senate. We will elect Kamala Harris vice president, and we will elect Joe Biden president of the United States of America. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you, Speaker Pelosi. The House is the people's house, and to ensure it stays that way, we need everyone to help fund our work to elect Joe Biden and Democrats up and down the ballot. If you are able, please go to joebiden.com now and chip in whatever you can to support this campaign. Last year, under Speaker Pelosi's leadership, the House reauthorized the Violence Against Women Act. Joe Biden wrote that landmark law nearly 30 years ago. Since then, he and other leaders have built on it. But for all of this work, women are still not entirely safe. So the work must continue. Joe Biden knows that, and he is committed to doing that work, to making sure that women are safe, and to making sure our voices are heard. Let's listen.
My name is Ruth Glenn. In 1992, my husband shot me and left me for dead. For 13 years, my son and I had been abused by him. We finally escaped, but he tracked us down. Back then, there was limited help available and no national hotline to call. Local shelters were full. I didn't even know the name for what was happening to me then: domestic violence. Now, working to end domestic violence is my life's work.
I'm Mariska Hargitay. When I started doing research to play Detective Olivia Benson on Law & Order SVU over 20 years ago, I was shocked to find out how many people, including children, experience physical or sexual abuse. The statistics fueled my resolve, and I committed myself to the movement to end this violence.
My name is Carly Dryden. In my small hometown, I didn't feel like I could speak out about my experience with sexual assault. But at the University of Puget Sound, I met an incredible force of people working to end the culture of sexual assault. I went from survivor to advocate.
As the president and CEO of the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, I've seen Joe Biden's passionate leadership in passing the Violence Against Women Act. Now, domestic violence rates are rising due to this pandemic. We need Congress to reauthorize and enhance that law. We need leaders who believe that a woman's life is worth fighting for.
Joe Biden is that kind of leader. I created the Joyful Heart Foundation to help survivors heal and to change the way our society responds to sexual violence. The Vice President has worked tirelessly by our side to end the backlog of hundreds of thousands of untested rape kits. And our work will continue because testing kits not only makes our country safer, but it sends a vital message to survivors that what happened to them matters.
The most important thing you can say to a survivor is, "I hear you." That's why I became a leader in It's on Us. It's a program started by Vice President Biden to eliminate sexual assault on college campuses and support a new generation of advocates, including men and boys. Because if you're silent, you're complicit, and we're just getting started.
I am voting for Joe Biden on behalf of all victims and survivors of domestic violence.
I'm voting for Joe Biden because it's on my generation to make sure that we never go back.
I'm voting for Joe Biden for my daughter, for my sons, for all of our children.
First episode was a slap to the face and he broke my eardrum.
Punching, kicking, choking, threatening with a knife or a gun.
He had always threatened me if I had ever called the police on him that he would kill me.
You didn't hear voices like these in the halls of the U.S. Capitol.
My husband stabbed me 13 times and broke my neck while the police were on the scene. I nearly died and I am permanently paralyzed.
Senator Joe Biden invited them to speak.
Battered women need to be taken seriously. Proper police response can prevent what happened to me from happening to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
At the time, the police considered domestic violence something that was not a crime. In the home, it's a private matter. And so women were responsible for their own injuries.
I was about to say I know. Well, I don't know. I can only guess how painful that is.
Growing up, our father said that the greatest of all sins was the abuse of power. He told us when a bully, when someone bigger or stronger takes advantage of you, that is a really grave sin. The expectation was for all four of us to be a person of character. If you see something wrong, we were then expected to stand up and do something about it.
When Joe introduced the legislation, few believed it could pass.
Our bill is an ambitious undertaking. It is the first attempt to address violent crimes against women.
It was hard to get the votes because you had some traditionalists who just didn't believe that there should be laws about this.
But Joe doesn't give up. He's tenacious. Joe persevered, and he's very good at persuasion.
They're doing nothing to help them. Nothing.
He brought together law enforcement, prosecutors, advocates, and survivors.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak.
In 1994, the Violence Against Women Act became law and protected millions of American women.
A lot of the change in the attitudes we have about domestic violence were shaped by his leadership on this.
If you see something wrong, we were then expected to stand up and do something about it.
If you're just joining us, welcome. Coming up, we're going to hear from President Barack Obama and Senator Kamala Harris, who will talk about the Biden-Harris vision for the future. But in order to get to that more perfect union, we have to acknowledge where we are. Today in America, we are struggling. Unemployment has skyrocketed and families are fighting to keep their jobs. As Joe Biden says, we need to build back better. To find out how you can join that effort, please text JOIN to 30330 to get plugged into this campaign and to get more information on how to vote and how to volunteer. Joe Biden has a plan to help working families and small businesses. Our next speaker, Hilda Solis, worked alongside him as Secretary of Labor to make sure that there were good American jobs and that Americans were safe on the job. To hear more about the Biden-Harris economic plan, please welcome Hilda Solis.
Hello, I'm Hilda Solis. The day Vice President Biden swore me in as Secretary of Labor was one of the proudest moments of my life. My parents realized they had achieved their American dream because the daughter of two blue-collar immigrants would make history and give voice to people just like them. American workers need a fighter now more than ever, and Joe Biden is that person because he has done it before and I've seen it firsthand. He and President Obama made it easier for home care workers to organize. They extended overtime pay to more than 4 million workers. They saved the automobile industry and a whole lot of good union jobs with it. And when millions of families lost their homes, my friend from California, Senator Kamala Harris, took on the big banks and won. But because of Donald Trump's failures, we must once again rescue a sinking economy. Millions of Americans are out of work, and communities of color are the hardest hit. Millions of essential workers are putting their lives at risk with little protections, and millions more are just plain tired. That's why Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually have a plan, not only to recover what we lost, but to improve upon it, to build back better. Creating 5 million good union jobs by bringing back supply chains to America, that's building back better. Creating millions of jobs by investing in clean energy, that's building back better. And making sure that working families can afford childcare, that's how we build back better. So let me borrow and slightly edit something Joe Biden said at my swearing in. When it comes to expanding the economy for all people, no one is going to be a stronger voice than our next president, Joe Biden. The conversation you're about to see proves it.
Behind every business, there's a story.
Small businesses around the country are bearing the economic brunt of the coronavirus pandemic.
And behind every business, there's a family.
A lot of people clearly are in pain right now.
For every farm, there's a fight to stay whole.
There's hard work.
And there's heartbreak.
We are going to lose 20 to 30% of our small businesses.
This is the story of Kevin and Molly Johnson, a family-owned business in Lake County, Ohio.
We have 10 to 12 employees on a given day. When COVID-19 hit, it was a lot of confusion.
I remember being scared and being uncertain.
We shut down last week because we ran out of work, and we had enough to come in for another week. If we don't get additional orders in, we're going to have to look at another shutdown.
You can't make a big purchase, equipment, you can't plan for the future.
We don't even know if we can cover payroll.
When this isn't going well, it's scary.
You're kind of forgotten, right? The president always bragging about the stock market sort of leaves a lot of small manufacturing companies behind.
We could use a little help right now, and it just seems like we get one step forward and then 2 steps back.
This is the story of Jernae Green, who just started a clothing store and then COVID hit.
Fashion has been a love of mine since I was a kid. I worked really hard to save money to open this store. Did my ribbon cutting December 14th of 2019, and it was booming, and then bam, here's COVID. It was scary. No one was buying anything. My employees, they're gone. I reached out to my bank, but they stated that they had no more money. It's gone to a lot of the bigger businesses, the $1 million businesses who get the bailout, and a small business like myself is just left to struggle. Being an African-American female business owner under President Trump, I feel, how can I say, I'm alone. I'm alone.
This is the story of Lynn Ta and her 2 restaurants, one closed and one still open.
It's always really hard for restaurants to begin. It would be crowded in here with babies and families and crowds outside waiting to get in. It was pretty exciting. And on the day of the shutdown, we were actually reviewed in the Los Angeles Times. On that day, the virus was announced as a global pandemic.
It's really, really sad to see. And if we don't turn this around soon, we're going to see this not just be this year, but you're going to see ghost town for Main Street USA.
The first decision that I had to make, because 100 people are looking at you, and unfortunately, the call was to furlough everybody. At this point, I don't even see myself in business next month.
¿Qué efecto de esta pandemia ha sido en su trabajo y su espíritu?
Es más difícil, mucho más trabajo. Yo voy a hacer todo lo posible por salvar el restaurante.
We don't ask for much from government, but catch us when we're falling. And I know that it must feel like you're falling right now without a net.
Restaurants are among the hardest businesses to succeed at, but I was going to do it in a way that was going to provide a successful career for not only myself, but 100 employees.
This is the story of Dan Reiner. He's a fifth-generation farmer struggling to keep his business alive. I'm not so sure that the president understands that when he thinks about business, I don't think he thinks about farmers as a business.
No, he has no clue about this stuff.
Dan, tell me a little bit about the farm.
We've been here since 1864. Trade tariffs with China have just been horrible. Part of the language in the trade deal said that China does not have to buy unless the price is to their advantage. What kind of trade deal is that? That's no deal. Then when COVID hit, then everything just plummeted. Getting through now, that's the problem. That's the day-to-day battle.
I believe that Joe Biden will be a clear voice for us, something that we have not had.
Joe Biden has an understanding of what the average American is experiencing. I think he's with me.
Enough is enough. It's time to help small businesses, middle-class folks manage their way through a pandemic.
I have a lot of confidence in Joe Biden. He's a fighter and he's the real deal.
We've taken a lot of knockdowns, and we know that at the end of the day, we will endure.
We will rise again.
Every time I get knocked down, I got to get up and keep running, keep going, keep going.
Tonight, we've heard from the people who make America work, people who put their lives on the line to keep our country going. And since COVID-19 hit, they've taken one gut punch after another. And what has the COVID fallout done to our babies? Well, I'm here at the Early Childhood Education Center in Springfield, Massachusetts, which has been closed for months. Childcare was already hard to find before the pandemic, and now parents are stuck. No idea when schools can safely reopen, and even fewer childcare options. The devastation is enormous, and the way I see it, big problems demand big solutions. Now, I love a good plan, and Joe Biden has some really good plans. Plans to bring back union jobs in manufacturing and create new union jobs in clean energy. Plans to increase Social Security benefits, cancel billions in student loan debt, and make our bankruptcy laws work for families instead of the creditors who cheat them. These plans reflect a central truth. Our economic system has been rigged to give bailouts to billionaires and kick dirt in the face of everyone else. But we can build a thriving economy by investing in families and fixing what's broken. Joe's plan to build back better includes making the wealthy pay their fair share, holding corporations accountable, repairing racial inequities, and fighting corruption in Washington. Let me tell you about one of Joe's plans that's especially close to my heart, childcare. As a little girl growing up in Oklahoma, what I wanted most in the world was to be a teacher. I loved teaching. And when I had babies and was juggling my first big teaching job down in Texas, it was hard, but I could do hard. The thing that almost sank me, childcare. One night, my Aunt Bee called just to check in, and I thought I was fine. But then I just broke down and started to cry. I had tried holding it all together, but without reliable childcare, working was nearly impossible. And when I told Aunt Bee I was going to quit my job, I thought my heart would break. And then she said the words that changed my life. I can't get there tomorrow, but I'll come on Thursday. And she arrived with 7 suitcases and a Pekingese named Buddy and stayed for 16 years. I get to be here tonight because of my Aunt Bee. I learned a fundamental truth. Nobody makes it on their own. And yet, here we are, 2 generations of working parents later, and if you have a baby and don't have an Aunt Bee, you're on your own. And here's why that is wrong. We build infrastructure like roads and bridges and communication systems so that people can work. That infrastructure helps us all because it keeps our economy going. It's time to recognize that childcare is part of the basic infrastructure of this nation. It's infrastructure for families. Joe and Kamala will make high-quality childcare affordable for every family, make preschool universal, and raise the wages of every childcare worker. Now, that's just one plan, but it gives you an idea of how we get this country working for everyone. Donald Trump's ignorance and incompetence have always been a danger to our country. COVID-19 was Trump's biggest test. He failed miserably. Today, America has the most COVID deaths in the world and an economic collapse. And both crises are falling hardest on Black and brown families. Millions out of work, millions more trapped in cycles of poverty, millions on the brink of losing their homes, millions of restaurants and stores hanging by a thread. This crisis is bad, and it didn't have to be this way. This crisis is on Donald Trump and the Republicans who enable him. On November 3rd, we will hold them all accountable. So, whether you're planning to vote wearing a mask or vote by mail, please take out your phone right now and text VOTE to 30330. We all need to be in the fight to get Joe and Kamala elected. And after November, we all need to stay in the fight to get big things done. We stay in this fight so that when our children and our grandchildren ask what we did during this dark chapter in our nation's history, we will be able to look them squarely in the eye and say, we organized, we persisted, and we changed America.
Former President Barack Obama has said that choosing Joe Biden to be his vice president was one of the best decisions he ever made. And this is a man who has made a lot of good decisions, making health care more affordable and accessible, rescuing our economy, protecting American jobs, marrying Michelle Obama. And through it all, Joe Biden was by his side, except for maybe marrying Michelle. You can witness their mutual respect and affection in this clip. Take a look.
So, Joe, for your faith in your fellow Americans, for your love of country, and for your lifetime of service that will endure through the generations, I'd like to ask the military aide to join us on stage. For the final time as president, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And for the first and only time in my presidency, I will bestow this medal with an additional level of veneration, an honor my three most recent successors reserved for only three others: Pope John Paul II, President Ronald Reagan, and General Colin Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinction to my brother, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr. Will the aide please read the citation?
Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. In a career of public service spanning nearly half a century, Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. has left his mark on almost every part of our nation, fighting for a stronger middle class, a fairer judicial system, and a smarter foreign policy, providing unyielding support for our troops, combating crime and violence against women, leading our quest to cure cancer, and safeguarding the landmark American Recovery and Reinvestment Act from corruption. With his charm, candor, unabashed optimism, and deep and abiding patriotism, Joe Biden has garnered the respect and esteem of colleagues of both parties and the friendship of people across the nation and around the world, while summoning the strength, faith, and grace to overcome great personal tragedy. This son of Scranton, Claymont, and Wilmington has become one of the most consequential vice presidents in American history, an accolade that nonetheless rests firmly behind his legacy as husband, father, and grandfather. A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Good evening, everybody. As you've seen by now, this isn't a normal convention. It's not a normal time. So tonight, I want to talk as plainly as I can about the stakes in this election. Because what we do these next 76 days will echo through generations to come. I'm in Philadelphia, where our Constitution was drafted and signed. It wasn't a perfect document. It allowed for the inhumanity of slavery and failed to guarantee women, and even men who didn't own property, the right to participate in the political process. But embedded in this document was a North Star that would guide future generations. A system of representative government, a democracy, through which we could better realize our highest ideals. Through civil war and bitter struggles, we improved this Constitution to include the voices of those who'd once been left out. And gradually, we made this country more just and more equal and more free. The one constitutional office elected by all of the people is the presidency. So at a minimum, we should expect a president to feel a sense of responsibility for the safety and welfare of all 330 million of us, regardless of what we look like, how we worship, who we love, how much money we have, or who we voted for. But we should also expect a president to be the custodian of this democracy. We should expect that regardless of ego, ambition, or political beliefs, the president will preserve, protect, and defend the freedoms and ideals that so many Americans marched for, went to jail for, fought for, and died for. I have sat in the Oval Office with both of the men who are running for president. I never expected that my successor would embrace my vision or continue my policies. I did hope, for the sake of our country, that Donald Trump might show some interest in taking the job seriously. That he might come to feel the weight of the office and discover some reverence for the democracy that had been placed in his care. But he never did. For close to 4 years now, he has shown no interest in putting in the work. No interest in finding common ground, no interest in using the awesome power of his office to help anyone but himself and his friends. No interest in treating the presidency as anything but one more reality show that he can use to get the attention he craves. Donald Trump hasn't grown into the job because he can't. And the consequences of that failure are severe.
170,000 Americans dead. Millions of jobs gone, while those at the top take in more than ever. Our worst impulses unleashed, our proud reputation around the world badly diminished, and our democratic institutions threatened like never before. Now, I know that in times as polarized as these, most of you have already made up your mind. But maybe you're still not sure which candidate you'll vote for, or whether you'll vote at all. Maybe you're tired of the direction we're headed, but you can't see a better path yet, or you just don't know enough about the person who wants to lead us there. So let me tell you about my friend, Joe Biden. 12 years ago, when I began my search for a vice president, I didn't know I'd end up finding a brother. Joe and I come from different places, different generations, but what I quickly came to admire about Joe Biden is his resilience, born of too much struggle, his empathy, born of too much grief. Joe is a man who learned early on to treat every person he meets with respect and dignity, living by the words his parents taught him. No one's better than you, Joe, but you're better than nobody. That empathy, that decency, the belief that everybody counts, that's who Joe is. When he talks with someone who's lost her job, Joe remembers the night his father sat him down to say that he'd lost his. When Joe listens to a parent who's trying to hold it all together right now, he does it as a single dad who took the train back to Wilmington each and every night so he could tuck his kids into bed. When he meets with military families who've lost their hero, he does it as a kindred spirit, the parent of an American soldier, somebody whose faith has endured the hardest loss there is. For 8 years, Joe was the last one in the room whenever I faced a big decision. He made me a better president, and he's got the character and the experience to make us a better country. And in my friend Kamala Harris, he's chosen an ideal partner who is more than prepared for the job. Someone who knows what it's like to overcome barriers and who's made a career fighting to help others live out their own American dream. Along with the experience needed to get things done, Joe and Kamala have concrete policies that will turn their vision of a better, fairer, stronger country into reality. They will get this pandemic under control, like Joe did when he helped me manage H1N1 and prevent an Ebola outbreak from reaching our shores. They'll expand health care to more Americans, like Joe and I did 10 years ago, when he helped craft the Affordable Care Act and nail down the votes to make it the law. They'll rescue the economy, like Joe helped me do after the Great Recession. I asked him to manage the Recovery Act, which jump-started the longest stretch of job growth in history. And he sees this moment now, not as a chance to get back to where we were, but to make long overdue changes so that our economy actually makes life a little easier for everybody. Whether it's the waitress trying to raise a kid on her own, or the shift worker always on the edge of getting laid off, or the student figuring out how to pay for next semester's classes. Joe and Kamala will restore our standing in the world. And as we've learned from this pandemic, that matters. Joe knows the world, and the world knows him. He knows that our true strength comes from setting an example that the world wants to follow. A nation that stands with democracy, not dictators. A nation that can inspire and mobilize others to overcome threats like climate change and terrorism, poverty and disease. But more than anything, what I know about Joe, what I know about Kamala is that they actually care about every American, and that they care deeply about this democracy. They believe that in a democracy, the right to vote is sacred, and we should be making it easier for people to cast their ballots, not harder. They believe that no one, including the president, is above the law, and that no public official, including the president, should use their office to enrich themselves or their supporters. They understand that in this democracy, the commander-in-chief does not use the men and women of our military who are willing to risk everything to protect our nation as political props to deploy against peaceful protesters on our own soil. They understand that political opponents aren't un-American just because they disagree with you. A free press isn't the enemy, but the way we hold officials accountable. That our ability to work together to solve big problems like a pandemic depend on a fidelity to facts and science and logic, and not just making stuff up. None of this should be controversial. These shouldn't be Republican principles or Democratic principles. They are American principles. But at this moment, this president and those who enable him have shown they don't believe in these things. Tonight, I'm asking you to believe in Joe and Kamala's ability to lead this country out of these dark times and build it back better. But here's the thing. No single American can fix this country alone, not even a president. Democracy was never meant to be transactional. You give me your vote, I make everything better. It requires an active and informed citizenry. So I'm also asking you to believe in your own ability, to embrace your own responsibility as citizens, to make sure that the basic tenets of our democracy endure. Because that's what's at stake right now. Our democracy. Look, I understand why a lot of Americans are down on government. The way the rules have been set up and abused in Congress make it easier for special interests to stop progress than to make progress. Believe me, I know it. I understand why a white factory worker who's seen his wages cut or his job shipped overseas might feel like the government no longer looks out for him, and why a black mom might feel like it never looked out for her at all. I understand why a new immigrant might look around this country and wonder whether there's still a place for him here. Why a young person might look at politics right now, the circus of it all, the meanness and the lies and conspiracy theories, and think, what is the point? Well, here's the point. This president and those in power, those who benefit from keeping things the way they are counting on your cynicism. They know they can't win you over with their policies. So they're hoping to make it as hard as possible for you to vote and to convince you that your vote does not matter. That is how they win. That is how they get to keep making decisions that affect your life and the lives of the people you love. That's how the economy will keep getting skewed to the wealthy and well-connected. How our health systems will let more people fall through the cracks. That's how a democracy withers, until it's no democracy at all. And we cannot let that happen. Do not let them take away your power. Do not let them take away your democracy. Make a plan right now for how you are going to get involved and vote. Do it as early as you can and tell your family and friends how they can vote too. Do what Americans have done for over 2 centuries when faced with even tougher times than this. All those quiet heroes who found the courage to keep marching, keep pushing in the face of hardship and injustice. Last month, we lost a giant of American democracy in John Lewis. And some years ago, I sat down with John and a few remaining leaders of the early civil rights movement. One of them told me he never imagined he'd walk into the White House and see a president who looked like his grandson. And then he told me that he had looked it up. And it turned out that on the very day that I was born, he was marching into a jail cell, trying to end Jim Crow segregation in the South. What we do echoes through generations. Whatever our backgrounds, we are all the children of Americans who fought the good fight. Great-grandparents working in fire traps and sweatshops without rights or representation. Farmers losing their dreams to dust. Irish and Italians and Asians and Latinos told, go back where you come from. Jews and Catholics, Muslims and Sikhs made to feel suspect for the way they worshiped. Black Americans chained and whipped and hanged, spit on for trying to sit at lunch counters, beaten for trying to vote. If anyone had a right to believe that this democracy did not work and could not work, it was those Americans, our ancestors. They were on the receiving end of a democracy that had fallen short all their lives. They knew how far the daily reality of America strayed from the myth. And yet, instead of giving up, they joined together. And they said, somehow, some way, we are going to make this work. We are going to bring those words in our founding documents to life. I have seen that same spirit rising these past few years. Folks of every age and background who packed city centers and airports and rural roads so that families wouldn't be separated, so that another classroom wouldn't get shot up, so that our kids won't grow up on an uninhabitable planet. Americans of all races joining together to declare, in the face of injustice and brutality at the hands of the state, that Black lives matter. No more, but no less. So that no child in this country feels the continuing sting of racism. To the young people who led us this summer, telling us we need to be better, in so many ways, you are this country's dreams fulfilled. Earlier generations had to be persuaded that everyone has equal worth. For you, it's a given, a conviction. And what I want you to know is that for all its messiness and frustrations, your system of self-government can be harnessed to help you realize those convictions for all of us. You can give our democracy new meaning. You can take it to a better place. You're the missing ingredient. The ones who will decide whether or not America becomes the country that fully lives up to its creed. That work will continue long after this election. But any chance of success depends entirely on the outcome of this election. This administration has shown it will tear our democracy down if that's what it takes for them to win. So we have to get busy building it up by pouring all our efforts into these 76 days and by voting like never before for Joe and Kamala and candidates up and down the ticket so that we leave no doubt about what this country that we love stands for today and for all our days to come. Stay safe. God bless.
Thank you, President Obama, thank you for your brilliant leadership. Joe Biden has chosen an extraordinary woman to be his running mate. Kamala Harris is a fighter and a trailblazer, using her groundbreaking ideas to protect families and keep them together by reducing recidivism. I am so thrilled for her to become the Vice President of the United States. Now, please welcome our convention chair, Congressman.
In accordance with our rules, Vice President Biden has nominated Senator Kamala Harris as his vice presidential candidate. Our rules further provide that if only one candidate is nominated for vice president, the chair is authorized to declare the nominee the Democratic candidate for vice president. As such, with only one nomination received and pursuant to our rules, I hereby declare that Kamala Harris is elected as the Democratic candidate for vice president. I'm pleased to report that Vice Presidential candidate Kamala Harris has been invited to deliver an acceptance speech.
Kamala Harris is my auntie.
My stepmom.
My big sister, which means you'll always be my older sister.
And there are some things we'd like to share with you. To my brother and me, you'll always be Mamala, the world's greatest stepmom.
You're my role model, who taught me I could do and be anything I wanted.
My very first friend, my confidant, my partner in mischief and in justice.
You're a rock, not just for our dad, but for 3 generations of our big blended family.
You showed me the importance of public service and made sure I grew up surrounded by smart, strong, ambitious women every day.
Growing up, heaven help the poor kid who picked on me, because my big sister would be there in a flash, ready to have my back. Well, now we've got your back as you and Joe fight to protect our democracy.
And there's no union more perfect than the one that brings us all to your kitchen table every Sunday night for stir fry, feta chicken, or spaghetti and meatball family dinners.
And now that I'm a mom, you're showing my daughters and so many girls around the world who look like them what's possible and what it's like to move through the world as fierce, formidable, phenomenal women in their own unique way.
I love you. I admire you. I am so proud of you. And even though Mommy's not here to see her first daughter step into history, the entire nation will see in your strength, your integrity, your intelligence, and your optimism, the values that she raised us with.
We love you, Mamala.
We're so proud of you, Auntie.
You mean the world to us, Kamala.
And we could not be more excited
to share you with the world as the next
Vice President
of the United States.
Joe Biden has selected Kamala Harris as his running mate.
She is the first Black woman, first South Asian woman to be named on the Democratic ticket.
This is a historic pick.
Someone who looks like us on a presidential ticket. That's crazy.
Kamala Harris is us. She was born in Oakland.
The daughter of immigrants.
The daughter of Chandler.
big sister and protector.
She is an HBCU grad.
She is a woman of many firsts.
Ella reconoce el trabajo duro.
She's a hard worker, a really hard worker.
She's brilliant, she's smart, she's tough, and she's got a big future.
She's probably one of the best role models.
Kamala Harris is like a dream to me.
Senator Harris cares about people. There's no doubt about it.
When she says for the people, it is in every ounce of who she is. She's for us. She's for us.
She fights for women's rights. She fights to end mass incarceration.
She is a fearless advocate for the voiceless.
The litmus test for America is how we are treating Black women.
Now, I'm talking about someone who can fight for Black people, brown people, undocumented people, LGBT people, disabled people, young people, old people, all of America.
It's about all of us knowing our power, each of us, to lift people up, right? And to remind them that we see them and we hear them and that they matter.
Of the United States?
Greetings, America. It is truly an honor to be speaking with you tonight. That I am here tonight is a testament to the dedication of generations before me. Women and men who believed so fiercely in the promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all. This week marks the 100th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, and we celebrate the women who fought for that right. Yet so many of the Black women who helped secure that victory were still prohibited from voting long after its ratification. But they were undeterred. Without fanfare or recognition, they organized and testified and rallied and marched and fought, not just for their vote, but for a seat at the table. These women and the generations that followed worked to make democracy and opportunity real in the lives of all of us who followed. They paved the way for the trailblazing leadership of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. And these women inspired us to pick up the torch and fight on. Women like Mary Church Terrell, Mary Cloyd Bethune, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Diane Nash, Constance Baker Motley, and the great Shirley Chisholm. We're not often taught their stories, but as Americans, we all stand on their shoulders. And there's another woman whose name isn't known, whose story isn't shared, another woman whose shoulders I stand on. And that's my mother, Shyamala Gopalan Harris. She came here from India at age 19 to pursue her dream of curing cancer. At the University of California, Berkeley, she met my father, Donald Harris, who had come from Jamaica to study economics. They fell in love in that most American way while marching together for justice in the civil rights movement of the 1960s. In the streets of Oakland and Berkeley, I got a stroller's eye view of people getting into what the great John Lewis called good trouble. When I was 5, my parents split, and my mother raised us mostly on her own. Like so many mothers, she worked around the clock to make it work, packing lunches before we woke up and paying bills after we went to bed, helping us with homework at the kitchen table and shuttling us to church for choir practice. She made it look easy, though it never was. My mother instilled in my sister Maya and me the values that would chart the course of our lives. She raised us to be proud, strong Black women, and she raised us to know and be proud of our Indian heritage. She taught us to put family first, the family you're born into and the family you choose. Family is my husband, Doug, who I met on a blind date set up by my best friend. Family is our beautiful children, Cole and Ella, who call me Mamala. Family is my sister. Family is my best friend, my nieces, and my godchildren. Family is my uncles, my aunts, and my chitties. Family is Mrs. Shelton, my second mother who lived 2 doors down and helped raise me. Family is my beloved Alpha Kappa Alpha, our Divine Nine, and my HBCU brothers and sisters. Family is the friends I turn to when my mother, the most important person in my life, passed away from cancer. And even as she taught us to keep our family at the center of our world, she also pushed us to see a world beyond ourselves. She taught us to be conscious and compassionate about the struggles of all people, to believe public service is a noble cause and the fight for justice is a shared responsibility. That led me to become a lawyer, a district attorney, attorney general, and a United States senator. And at every step of the way, I've been guided by the words I spoke from the first time I stood in a courtroom. Kamala Harris, for the people. I have fought for children and survivors of sexual assault. I fought against transnational criminal organizations. I took on the biggest banks and helped take down one of the biggest for-profit colleges. I know a predator when I see one. My mother taught me that service to others gives life purpose and meaning. And oh, how I wish she were here tonight, but I know she's looking down on me from above. I keep thinking about that 25-year-old Indian woman, all of 5 feet tall, who gave birth to me at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. On that day, she probably could have never imagined that I would be standing before you now and speaking these words. I accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States of America. I do so committed to the values she taught me, to the word that teaches me to walk by faith and not by sight, and to a vision passed on through generations of Americans, one that Joe Biden shares, a vision of our nation as a beloved community where all are welcome, no matter what we look like, no matter where we come from or who we love. A country where we may not agree on every detail, but we are united by the fundamental belief that every human being is of infinite worth, deserving of compassion, dignity, and respect. A country where we look out for one another, where we rise and fall as one, where we face our challenges and celebrate our triumphs together. Today, that country feels distant. Donald Trump's failure of leadership has cost lives and livelihoods. If you're a parent struggling with your child's remote learning, or you're a teacher struggling on the other side of that screen, you know what we're doing right now is not working. And we are a nation that is grieving. Grieving the loss of life, the loss of jobs, the loss of opportunities, the loss of normalcy, and yes, the loss of certainty. And while this virus touches us all, we got to be honest, it is not an equal opportunity offender. Black, Latino, and Indigenous people are suffering and dying disproportionately. And this is not a coincidence. It is the effect of structural racism, of inequities in education and technology, healthcare and housing, job security and transportation, the injustice in reproductive and maternal health care, in the excessive use of force by police, and in our broader criminal justice system. This virus, it has no eyes, and yet it knows exactly how we see each other and how we treat each other. And let's be clear, there is no vaccine for racism. We've got to do the work. For George Floyd, for Breonna Taylor, for the lives of too many others to name, for our children, and for all of us. We've got to do the work to fulfill that promise of equal justice under law. Because here's the thing, none of us are free until all of us are free. So we're at an inflection point. The constant chaos leaves us adrift. The incompetence makes us feel afraid. The callousness makes us feel alone. It's a lot. And here's the thing, we can do better and deserve so much more. We must elect a president who will bring something different, something better, and do the important work. A president who will bring all of us together, Black, white, Latino, Asian, Indigenous, to achieve the future we collectively want. We must elect Joe Biden. And I will tell you, I knew Joe as vice president. I knew Joe on the campaign trail. And I first got to know Joe as the father of my friend. So Joe's son, Beau, and I served as attorneys general of our states, Delaware and California. During the Great Recession, he and I spoke on the phone nearly every day, working together to win back billions of dollars for homeowners from the big banks that foreclosed on people's homes. And Beau and I, we would talk about his family, how as a single father, Joe would spend 4 hours every day riding the train back and forth from Wilmington to Washington. Beau and Hunter got to have breakfast every morning with their dad. They went to sleep every night with the sound of his voice reading bedtime stories. And while they endured an unspeakable loss, those two little boys always knew that they were deeply, unconditionally loved. And what also moved me about Joe is the work that he did as he was going back and forth. This is the leader who wrote the Violence Against Women Act and enacted the assault weapons ban, who as vice president implemented the Recovery Act, which brought our country back from the Great Recessions. He championed the Affordable Care Act, protecting millions of Americans with pre-existing conditions, who spent decades promoting American values and interests around the world. Joe, he believes we stand with our allies and stand up to our adversaries. Right now, we have a president who turns our tragedies into political weapons. Joe will be a president who turns our challenges into purpose. Joe will bring us together to build an economy that doesn't leave anyone behind, where a good-paying job is the floor, not the ceiling. Joe will bring us together to end this pandemic and make sure that we are prepared for the next one. Joe will bring us together to squarely face and dismantle racial injustice, furthering the work of generations. Joe and I believe that we can build that beloved community, one that is strong and decent, just and kind, one in which we can all see ourselves. That's the vision that our parents and grandparents fought for, the vision that made my own life possible, the vision that makes the American promise, for all its complexities and imperfections, a promise worth fighting for. So make no mistake, the road ahead is not easy. We may stumble, we may fall short. But I pledge to you that we will act boldly and deal with our challenges honestly. We will speak truths, and we will act with the same faith in you that we ask you to place in us. We believe that our country, all of us, will stand together for a better future. And we already are. We see it in the doctors, the nurses, the home health care workers, and frontline workers who are risking their lives to save people they've never met. We see it in the teachers and truck drivers, the factory workers and farmers, the postal workers and poll workers, all putting their own safety on the line to help us get through this pandemic. And we see it in so many of you who are working, not just to get us through our current crisis, but to somewhere better. There's something happening all across our country. It's not about Joe or me. It's about you. And it's about us. People of all ages and colors and creeds who are, yes, taken to the streets, and also persuading our family members, rallying our friends, organizing our neighbors, and getting out the vote. And we have shown that when we vote, we expand access to health care and expand access to the ballot box and ensure that more working families can make a decent living. And I'm so inspired by a new generation. You are pushing us to realize the ideals of our nation, pushing us to live the values we share: decency and fairness, justice and love. You are patriots who remind us that to love our country is to fight for the ideals of our country. In this election, we have a chance to change the course of history. We're all in this fight. You, me, and Joe, together. What an awesome responsibility. What an awesome privilege. So let's fight with conviction. Let's fight with hope. Let's fight with confidence in ourselves and a commitment to each other, to the America we know is possible, the America we love. And years from now, this moment will have passed, and our children and our grandchildren will look in our eyes, and they're going to ask us, where were you when the stakes were so high? They will ask us, what was it like? And we will tell them. We will tell them not just how we felt, we will tell them what we did. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
And with a nod to history, a call to action, and a call to vote, Kamala Harris introduced herself to America. She talked about getting a stroller's eye view of the civil rights protests of the 60s and also talked about being called Mamala by her stepchildren. She pledged to fight for an inclusive vision of America and tonight officially made history as the first Black woman and the first Asian American on a major party ticket. Well, her warm-up act made headlines of his own as former President Barack Obama issued a direct and emotional challenge to America to get rid of the man who took his office at the White House. With me tonight to discuss all of this, Eugene Scott, reporter for The Fix, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and national political reporter James Hohmann. So much to talk about, a lot packed into 2 hours here at the DNC tonight. Eugene, let's start with Kamala Harris, though. The concluding act of the night, this opportunity for America to get to know her better. What stood out to you, Eugene, in her speech?
Well, I think what Senator Harris spent a significant time attempting to do was to explain her narrative and what shaped her and how she became who she is to voters who perhaps are not that familiar with her. She talked a bit about her immigrant parents and their values and what even made them come to America and how they raised the senator and her sister and what type of activities they would find themselves involved in as young kids that gave them value and sense of purpose and direction. What she really was hoping to do more than anything else is answer questions that many people who don't follow politics closely were asking about her and wondering, who is this vice presidential candidate nominee?
Rhonda Colvin, even as Kamala Harris talked about family, such a simple word, but in her conversation about what family means to her, it just showed this mosaic of America, and it shows all that she represents and all that she is as a person.
That's right. People like Kamala Harris, who identify being biracial and coming from multicultural households, that's a growing part of America. There are a larger number of people who come from families like that. And she played it up. She spent a lot of time in the beginning talking about her multicultural roots, her mother, her background as an Indian woman, her father as a Jamaican immigrant, and talking about multiculturalism. It wasn't something that she was shying away from. She was very upfront about it and her roots. She wanted people to know that's who she is. And I think the ending song there, I think the lyrics were, "I just want to be myself," and I'm sure that that was chosen on purpose. She was trying to show the American people she is herself, and she's much like many of us at home.
James Hohmann, let's get you in this conversation. Kamala Harris, did she do what she needed to do tonight to introduce herself to the American people?
Yeah, I think she did, Libby, and it was the culmination of an evening. You know, at one point during her speech, she said, "It's a lot," as she was listing off kind of all the problems and all the reasons that she believes the country's on the wrong track, and the vast majority of Americans believe the country's on the wrong track. I thought she kind of tied very neatly a bow around this third night of the convention, which was in many ways kind of a portrait of American carnage, to use the term that President Trump used, you know, from climate change and gun violence to even the rise of domestic violence amid the pandemic to kids in cages and deportations. And she put that all together. And then I thought did a good job there at the end, you know, after paying kind of rhetorical tribute to those whose footsteps she's following, and to say, we will get past this moment and we'll look back and we will say, you know, here's what we did. You know, obviously you kind of have to have some forward-looking element to these things, because it is, as Bill Clinton put it last night, a job interview. And so I thought it was a nice, succinct closing to a night that packed in more of a punch, I think, than the first two nights.
Yeah, let's stay with that for a moment. Packed in more of a punch. Talk to us more about how you saw that happening. I mean, there were a lot of prominent speakers, but they came to play. I mean, they were very direct. There were a lot of memorable lines tonight. Talk to us about the overall picture of tonight.
Yeah, Libby, I mean, Barack Obama has avoided saying Trump's name, just like Michelle Obama has, and he pulled no punches. You know, he really said, you know, by my count, like 4 or 5 times, he said democracy is on the line, essentially. The democracy itself is hanging in the balance. That's quite a remarkable statement for the most recent president to say about his successor. Hillary Clinton also kind of suggesting that democracy itself is in danger if Trump wins another election. You know, the videos I thought were particularly poignant in the sense that they humanized the stakes of the election. You know, there were a lot of cameos by a lot of people, but the one about climate change, the narrator says, we only have 10 years to get this right, or the world faces basically cataclysm. And then it had a guy who resigned from the Interior Department because he said that he was pressured by Trump appointees to water down and minimize the human impact on the changing climate. So, I mean, it was a cascade of stories like that. And, you know, I think one of the moments that will be most memorable from tonight that people will talk about years from now is that really powerful video of the little girl reading the letter that she wrote. Her mom was deported to Mexico, who had come here as a teenager. Her father is a active duty Marine who has served in Iraq and in Africa, and talking about how much she misses her mom. Those are the kinds of human reminders that, you know, we talk so much about 170,000 dead from COVID-19. We talk about 30 million people out of work, but each of those is a story. And I thought one of the reasons tonight's convention programming was effective was that they illuminated those individual stories to say something bigger about the moment.
Eugene, we knew that President Obama was going to deliver some punches and directly go after President Trump. But what was your analysis of how it came across, and what it's like to see a former president directly attack a sitting president for his political record, and also, as James said, for, in the former president's viewpoint, really endangering democracy?
Well, I think what we saw in this speech from former President Barack Obama was something very personal. We know that the Trump administration, by his own admission, is very much a referendum on the Obama administration. And so Trump has worked very hard and been very vocal about his desire to just roll back or erase many of the things that President Barack Obama is very proud of. And so what we saw was President Barack Obama saying that for any of the good that came out of his time in the White House to remain in existence and to be moved forward, Trump has to leave the Oval Office. And that is what I think Barack Obama was trying to communicate very clearly. And he didn't want there to be any doubt. And he knew that this is going to be a tight election and one where many people are forced to vote for a candidate that was not their first or even second choice. But ultimately, I think what Obama was trying to communicate to them is that the values and the worldview that they hold closest is most likely to remain in place if Biden goes to the White House, and that these things are only likely to get worse, kind of like former First Lady Michelle Obama said earlier this week, if Donald Trump is reelected.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin for more on the former president's speech. Rhonda, one of the jobs of Barack Obama was to remind us all that Joe Biden served by his side for 8 years. That was part of the lead-up video to President Obama's speech. It was also part of what we heard him talk about. What else stood out to you in how President Obama chose to use his time tonight?
I think it was toward the end where he told Americans, you need to go out and vote. He spent a lot of time talking about going out to vote, and the fact that many Democrats are saying that, I think this was a part of everyone's speech actually, is that Democrats feel that people aren't necessarily on the fence about their decision between Trump or Biden, but there is a section of America who may sit this one out because they're just tired of politics. So President Obama, as well as other speakers tonight, really wanted to bring home the fact that you need to go out and vote. You need to make sure you're registered for your mail-in ballot or whatever your state's laws are. So we heard that from the top with that brief moment with Kamala Harris starting the night off saying, remember to vote. And then you heard it in Barack Obama's speech that that's going to be the key to winning this, is vote, and vote in large margins.
Rhonda, we also heard from Hillary Clinton. You know, this was a night about women, but Hillary Clinton unable to crack that glass ceiling. Let's talk about her speech.
Yeah, it was sort of the what could have been type of speech. She was reminding people that she was the nominee last time, and look where we are right now. And she also, again, had calls to vote, saying that that's the only way to restore democracy. So I think she had certainly a place in tonight's lineup, given that she made history herself as the first female presidential nominee. Although she was there to remind everyone that she didn't pull it through that last time, but the importance is really in voting if we want to correct the last 4 years.
And Hillary Clinton saying, don't forget, Joe and Kamala can win by 3 million votes and still lose. Take it from me. She also used that line we previewed. This can't be another woulda, coulda, shoulda election. Let's go to James Hohmann for the Hillary Clinton speech here tonight, and where you think it fits into the scheme of this week.
They put Hillary right next to Nancy Pelosi, and in kind of a crescendo of breaking the glass ceiling, warning what might have been. You saw a lot of even actually Biden campaign staffers saying on social media, Hillary would have been a great president. She should have won. She did win the popular vote, and I think that she at one point kind of made a list of things, like that same theme I talked about, kind of this idea of American carnage. She brought up the question Trump asked in 2016, which is, what do you have to lose? And then she listed off 7 or 8 different things and ended with even the post office. And so I think, she's someone who clearly still has a lot of frustration about the election 4 years ago. Even yesterday, Jim Comey tweeted a picture of himself saying, wearing a t-shirt that said elect more women. And Hillary Clinton tweeted a picture of herself kind of rolling her eyes because she's publicly blamed Comey for costing her the election. So there's definitely some frustration there. And I think that came across tonight. The other speech that was in that lineup with Pelosi and Hillary Clinton that I was really struck by was Elizabeth Warren speaking in a classroom in Springfield, Massachusetts. And it was part of that same stretch of the program. And it really, to me, felt like Warren was auditioning to be Secretary of Education. My reporting shows that Warren, people in her orbit say that that's a position that she would take. And she was talking about the importance of childcare, especially in the context of the pandemic, telling the story about how her own Aunt Bee provided childcare, and that's the only reason she's able to become a law professor at Harvard and then become a senator and get to where she is. And I thought that that was a potent theme, just because our polling, post-polling this week, shows childcare a top concern for a lot of voters. It's part of the appeal to the kind of the suburban women who maybe voted for Mitt Romney in 2012 and voted for Democrats in the 2018 midterms.
Let's go to Joyce Koh, who's been covering all the twists and turns of this campaign. So, Joyce, Kamala Harris was given that strong run-up slate tonight. And one thing that struck me was how many speakers were not only women, but aimed at recruiting women voters. What did you make of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's speech?
Well, Nancy Pelosi started off her speech by talking about the centennial of the women's right to vote. And then much of the rest of her speech was a criticism of Donald Trump and other Republicans. And this is really not new for Pelosi. Of course, we see her speaking frequently publicly in her capacity as the House Speaker. But she has gone up against the Trump administration. And I think one of the most interesting aspects of tonight's speech is that it sort of reminds you of her the evolution of her sort of political image. There was a time in politics when Nancy Pelosi was extremely vilified, and over the course of the Trump administration, she has really become someone who Democrats have celebrated and have looked to as being a leader. She's one of the most powerful Democrats in Washington right now, and we constantly see her having to go toe-to-toe against Trump in certain policies and even in her rhetoric. I think one of the most memorable moments that we saw this was a couple years back after she was in those negotiations with President Trump. Chuck Schumer was also there. And when they were negotiating the border wall deal and the government shutdown, and she had that moment where she came out of the White House to talk to reporters and brief them. And she was in that coat and those shades, which we saw a little bit of during the DNC tonight. Another moment that stands out as a Pelosi, a viral Pelosi moment, was when she was at the State of the Union in 2019, giving Trump that mocking clap. And of course, under Pelosi's leadership, the Democratic House voted to impeach Trump on 2 charges, and that was just 9 months ago. Of course, this Republican Senate voted to acquit Trump of those charges. And I think another sort of viral moment that Pelosi had after that impeachment trial was ripping up Trump's speech, which we also saw tonight in that sort of intro video leading up to her speech. So one thing that's interesting about Pelosi is that she has consistently gone up against Trump. She is constantly really speaking out against what he's doing. And most recently, she has called the House back in from recess. They weren't supposed to come back until September, and now they'll be coming back to Congress this weekend to take up the USPS fiasco and have a hearing on Monday with the Postmaster General. So Nancy Pelosi has really been at the helm of the response to the Trump administration as far as Democrats go. And when you speak about, balance of power with a Republican Senate and a Republican president, she's really who Democrats have looked to for that leadership in Washington. Libby?
Thank you so much, Joyce Koh. Well, we'll have a sneak peek at tomorrow's headliners after this brief break. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Libby Casey, joining you from the Washington Post newsroom. With me now, Eugene Scott, reporter for The Fix, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and national political reporter James Hohman. Rhonda, the DNC started out tonight with issue after issue. You previewed for us before everything got started what they'd be trying to cover and accomplish, but they hit them hard, they hit them fast, and they kept it rolling.
That's true. They went over climate change. They went over immigration. They went over gun reform. And I looked at the timing in the rundown, and they gave each issue about 10 minutes worth of time. We heard from people impacted by all of those issues. And one specifically that they really did talk about at length was Joe Biden's fight for the Violence Against Women Act, and that was something, again, to potentially appeal to women voters watching tonight. It talked about his work in that act, and he actually calls it one of his proudest moments in his 30 plus years of being in the Senate. So yes, they spent time going over policy and their platform and some of the core issues that Democrats most often do bring up at these conventions, but they did it pretty quickly this evening.
Let's go to Eugene Scott. Eugene, a lot of Republicans in the first two nights of this convention, some to show that they believe Joe Biden would be a better president than Donald Trump, even if they have Republican loyalties, some to show his national security credentials. But tonight, we really saw a shift. And I'm interested to hear from you what you thought of the shift tonight. Some progressive activists were concerned that they weren't seeing as much airtime as some of the Republicans prior to tonight.
That was a criticism we heard early on about this convention. The first 2 days, and having so many Republican former lawmakers, business leaders, maybe even activists speak out, it became unclear whether or not the Democratic Party was about something in particular, or if they were just trying to get people to vote against Trump. But tonight that changed. You had people like Elizabeth Warren, people like Hillary Clinton, of course, Barack Obama and Kamala Harris making it very clear some of the ideas they hope to put forward in terms of education and healthcare and the economy and COVID that would be consistent with progressive or at least liberal values if Joe Biden is elected in November. And so I think that was very intentional to persuade some people who aren't quite sure what they want to do this fall, but just want to be told what they think would motivate them in terms of policies and ideas. And that's what you got tonight.
Well, let's go back to Joyce Koh now for a preview of what's to come tomorrow night, night 4 of the DNC. Joyce?
Libby, tomorrow night is the final night of the DNC, and the DNC has given it the theme America's Promise, saying that Democrats will hear from we'll hear from those who can speak to Joe Biden's leadership as well as his character. So among tomorrow's speakers are Senator Cory Booker, former South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg, Governor Gavin Newsom, Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, Senator Tammy Baldwin, Senator Tammy Duckworth, Senator Chris Coons, and of course we'll be hearing from the Democratic nominee himself, Joe Biden, tomorrow night as he delivers his acceptance speech from his home state of Delaware. Libby?
Thank you so much. Joyce Koh live outside the White House. James Hohmann, take us out tonight. As you look to tomorrow night being the wrap-up night, what else is left for the Democrats to do? What do they need to communicate to viewers here in this final 24-hour cycle?
Libby, tomorrow night is a moment that Joe Biden has had his eyes set on for 50 years now. He is badly wanted this moment. This is his third run for president. This is not the way he thought it would happen. The pandemic has obviously changed so much. It's also created opportunities for him to position him to be in a very good spot taking on an incumbent. The Biden speechwriters say that their goal is to show that he's presidential, that he's ready, that he's a statesman who is prepared for the challenges of the moment. One of the challenges facing Biden and his team as they prepared for this is not getting overshadowed tomorrow. Kamala Harris gave a great speech, as we've discussed, but you had Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, and there are Biden folks who are concerned about him kind of looking like he's overshadowed. One of the ways he's dealt with that is to present himself as a transitional figure who's kind of bringing the Democratic Party into the next generation. Last night and tonight, we saw a lot of members of kind of the old guard of the Democratic Party. And I think tomorrow we're going to see them try to present a more forward-looking vision. And that's, someone like Pete Buttigieg, who's still, incredibly young, is going to kind of represent the future of the party, and Biden will, I think, present himself as someone who's going to help lift and raise those voices.
James Hohmann, thank you so much, and thank you to all of our guests this evening. James Hohmann, Rhonda Colvin, Eugene Scott, thank you, and also to Joyce Koh, who's been live outside the White House. Well, with all of this oratory, it's easy to forget, of course, that this has all been a buildup for tomorrow's main event, and that is when, as we heard from James, Joe Biden, the name at the top of the ticket, will look America in the eye, and he will make his case to take the place of Donald Trump. A reminder that next week, President Trump and the Republican Party will make their counter-argument, so be sure to subscribe to The Washington Post on YouTube or on the Washington Post homepage so you won't miss any part of this election season. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see you right here tomorrow night.